Check 1, 2, mic check.
Slogan says, I pay a lot of attention to financial conditions indices.
Mic check. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, it sounds so much better. That's what it was. It wasn't plugged in. Check, check, check.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and leading edge news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up
Check, check, check.
for a special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Miguel, how are you? How you doing? I had I've got, I don't know, all these cords. I had one that was slightly not plugged in. Do I have my coffee with me? Forget your coffee. Just popped it in a microwave to warm it up. It had gotten cold. Probably shouldn't have done that, but it's one of those. It's one of those fall coffees. It's got real vanilla bean in it. That's hot, baby. Good morning out there. We'll get right into it. 5 minutes left. Let's swing over here. Tesla. Tesla. I was thinking about Tesla today. Or this morning. And I was hoping that we'd at least get some kind of a Friday bump from the sell-off on Tesla. It's usually like Friday, Monday. You'll catch a bump after such a steep sell-off. And I think everyone's been waiting for that. I did notice an uptick over the weekend. A lot of Tesla gang talking about, let's go down there and take a look at it. Some kind of a halfback trade, at least on this, and they've really pinned it, right? Like, F you, no soup for you, right? And I mean that's how deep it went right there. 213.67. And then I watched Tesla bulls over the weekend say, if anyone mentioned that it's gone down, they've said it has not gone down. It's just traded sideways. 11% down. And, of course, Elon taking, so 5.65, somewhere in there, right about there. Yep, that's the halfback trade. Oof. You know, the halfback trade alone is not that high. And you figure that's right about there. And maybe catch one more. We're on a 30-minute basis right now. Something like that. It's even lower, isn't it? God. And that last leg right there, that last 5%, that's a doozy. You know, this is what I want to talk about Tesla with you about really quickly here before the market opens. Is over the weekend we watched, I think on Saturday afternoon, late afternoon, we watched a piece on Tesla actually escaping this. And like some kind of an escape here. Get underneath that daily trigger off and running and catch that escape. But there's two problems with that. Well, there's a few problems here. So I do wonder if Tesla is a part of the Trump trade. Elon has said that the company rests upon Trump winning.
1 minute remaining now for the market on open imbalance and the US.
So I do wonder if any of this price action will have continuation based upon that. Here's like that volatility into November. Like you figure you got the 5th over here. The 5th is roughly here. 15th right about there. Maybe he's tied his wagon and so hasn't stock price. There, so we got that issue. I guess that's issue number 1. And then issue number 2, we've got like the decline, like the 1, the 2, and the 3, right? We don't even want to talk about any kind of extensions, just that right there, like just on a baseline. Some would call that 1, 2. I don't know if this would be any kind of an extension down. Can't guarantee this one yet, but there's one more issue here too, which is the one that gets me. Oh God, that's even more terrible. That's violence right there.
500,
Like, I don't even want to think about that right now.
100 sell side 30 million, Dow 30 sell side 50 million.
There's another issue here, and that's right here. This is where the big issue is. You see this negative velocity on the daily trigger. If this gets any kind of continuation here, it's usually pain for a period of time. That's like, this is mid August to mid September or beginning of September, which is actually pretty good. That Tesla trades off off higher lows on daily velocity. Typically does, but you're still talking about a move like this, right? Wham, 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 wham. Double bottom, I guess. We'll watch it. Pay close attention to it. And that's some violence, right? That would even imply that it's quicker than this over here. So it may move fast. Be careful with Tesla is my point here. It could move even faster than this. It could move like, wham, 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 and then immediately straight down, wham, then straight down. Could be more violent than this shows. So either price or time. Let me go back over here and we'll take a look at it. So at least on a daily basis, it looks horrible. It's bleeding right now too, even this morning. So like Trump trade, it could be like tied to the Trump trade, like Trump getting presidency, and then it could also be tied to that's some Elliott wave stuff, and then velocity looks like dog shit. Like Elliott wave counts, and then looks like horrible on its daily velo. I don't even like buying this here. Like none of this, you could not get this, and it could just start bloodbathing straight down. You might not even get the halfback trade. As a matter of fact, you haven't even retested. This low yet down here. So this whole move right here could go all the way down here. Could actually fail that. One more pump, and then we're heading to the downside. Hold on here. There it is right there, somewhere in there. A little bit cleaner. There's Tesla for you. I know that Tesla gang wants an update. I know that Wall Street Bets was up in arms about it all week. I've got the first tag. We should hit like 200. Nice big fat round number. Break right below it. And that's going, and you want to be paying close attention to that 200. If there's a break below it, we're going to get the implication that we're going even lower. We should trade 180 somewhere in there, even lower, somewhere down there. And be paying very close attention to this equal low down here. This is the start of the entire trade. You can see it right up here. So this is the instigation of the trade, and you would hope here that you'll need to be paying close attention to, I think, the election, and if this holds or breaks underneath, it's going to be a key moment here for Tesla. Let's go back and look at SPY really quick. Give you guys a quick fresher on SPOOs here. You've got valid above this target right here. You can see that this is the instigation. This was, I think I said this in the brief last night. The last paragraph to the brief I talked last night about Friday support and its importance. Right now, you want to be watching closely here for the start of this week. Do we get a pullback? Do we get a correction? That was the topic of conversation on Friday, I think, heading into the weekend. It wasn't even just Friday. It started earlier in the week. There was like an argument that they were drawing triangles again, telling you that's the top of the market. I think short seller ST did a good job of saying we can just grind here. I think I saw him do some kind of a counter argument last week, and there is a grind option here, and that's what we've been doing. We got pushed up into this new zone. You guys know how this goes, right? Sellers are here and here. We talked about we talked about this 3 weeks ago. Talked about the road to 5,900. I drew this out for you 2 weeks ago, and I told you that you would get at least 3 pushes up, 1, 2, and then 3, and then we'd start to fade and roll over on a higher time frame, something like this, like 1, 2, and then 3, big. Or we could even do this one here and then do a lower one. Doesn't matter. But you can see that we're in this zone, right? The point here is that you get the push up into this new zone, come back down. We get these buyers right here, but there's some danger. This is what I want to talk to you guys about is there is some danger here. So you got 5,900 up here. Let's go up here. You might be asking, like, why is 5,900 the top hair cap if we're only trading this zone right here? Because you're right. There's the grind right there, right? We're gonna staircase this up, and we got not a problem, but so we're gonna delete that now, right? So theoretically, you could. Oh, let me put that back in here for a second. Theoretically, we could swoop down here as long as we don't stay down there. Take a swipe down there. But if you start seeing stuff like the break, the new low, that's no bueno. That's bad. Looks like Squidward. But in truth, I wouldn't trust a trip down there at all. And here's the thesis for it. We talked about this multiple times. When when we're approaching 6,000, right? Traders, investors have a hard time getting over that number in their head. It's almost like price has to be pushed up here and see if you accept it. Because think about this in your brain. How many people think we're going to trade 7,000 this year? I'm going to go with 0. How many people think that we trade 6,000? They think we're going to trade that by end of year, right? The vast majority of people are like, yeah, we can trade 6,000 by end of year. Do they think we can trade 620 or 610 or 620? And the answer is no. I would posit that. Most people think we can trade this by end of the year. I would say maybe 35 to 40% think we can trade this by end of year. And that most people think that we can trade this right now, 590, right? We can trade 590. Now we can trade this, most people, by end of year. So this is where the problem lies, is up here. You're not getting the people buying calls or opening calls for 610, 620, 630. Now that serves as two functions. That serves two functions. One, if you get the gamma up there, so this acts like a call wall. This because of that, this acts as a call wall for right now. Because this is top of the market. And you need to open calls above to move the call wall up to 6,000. As a matter of fact, you probably need 630, 620, 630 calls to push the call wall up to, even higher if you really wanted to trade higher. But like 610, 620, and 630 probably need call development for us even to trade 620 or 600 or even 610 or 620 in the end of the year. So we're not seeing that right now, are we? We're just not seeing that call. And there's another part to that too. When you get those calls at 620, 630, 610, 620, 630, we normally turn around, right? So if you get the exuberance from the trader, they start like loading up on 620s, 610s. Let's just say there's 630 up there. We would begin to make our way up there, right? And then fail. Head lower, and then swoop higher once all those calls are dead and actually trade into the end of the year, 610, 620. The end of the year. It's over here. But we're not seeing that. So what you're seeing here is we have tacit demand here, and we have gamma above, a call wall above right now at roughly 6,000. We'll take a look at this in just a moment with gamma, because gamma is just coming in this morning. But so what you're having is each level people buying calls in the money, or in the money down here like 580, 582 to trade 6,000. While there's some expansion, to trade 590. While there's some expansion of believers in calls for 6,000. So that's all you're getting, right? And then there's a rotation going on underneath the surface of the market from sector to sector. You saw it the last 2 weeks, right? I own a bunch, or not a bunch, but 4 or 5 different stocks, and they're firing off one by one. There's other stockholders, and if you hold your stock long enough, it's firing off and mooning, or it's going to the depths of hell. So you can see the rotation going on from sector to sector as we head into the end of October for tax loss harvesting and max longing your winners on the year, right? Your Your Lamb Westons out there are just like ripping now. There's just like individual stocks ripping as the market's in this like holding pattern for earnings season. And once you get rid of all of these major reports, it doesn't matter how high we go, right? You could have, as a matter of fact, last 2 weeks, we had, or 2 or 3 weeks, we've had hedge funds finally buying the tech earnings season, but there's plenty of room here, right? There's a ton of room here for tech to moon, and then you pull back or you rotate back out of tech, and you still don't have a huge exposure to the market for an eventual roll down once all of this volatility overhang that we have, this clenched market on political stuff, right? So hopefully you'll get a good ER, right? But this is the thesis, is that rotate in and out of each sector. Your favorite stocks have done great all year long. Exposure for earnings. And then you get some kind of a relief from participants saying, oh, wow, the election's over. And, oh, wow, Israel's, said we're not going to do anything else right now. And people stop hedging and they start buying those 62s, 63s, and they're euphoric. And then we can finally get an unclench to the downside in a meaningful way, right? That's the thesis. So what I would say to you or posit to you would be this low right here theoretically is support, but in truth, it's right here. And as a matter of fact, depending on where we wind up at the end of this week on Friday, if it's higher, we'll do the same thing. We'll just raise this and raise this and raise this until that unclench actually takes place. If you remember, on Friday, we were supposed to go down today, right? We're the window of weakness, doom and gloom, and we're trading 584.08 today. So we don't have any unclench today, do we? Or unclench to the downside. Everybody's hedged right now, like literally. Entire market is hedged to the boobies. We can't really go down right now, and we've got earnings season, and we've got rotation, and we've got buybacks, and we've got we've got tax loss harvesting. We got so much stuff going on right now that that window's closing. There's an option 3 or 4 here too. If there's no unclench into mid-November, let's say that the election volatility lasts into mid-November, hedge funds are still not that long. There's like a third or fourth option here where we don't even get the unclench. Hedge funds they're dipping their toes. They're rotating right now. They're showing exposure, but they're not like window dressing in, like 100% in for end of the year returns. And that's that McGilligot spot up, vol up craziness. It's possible that we get no meaningful pullback and they grind us up into end of year. Like, it is possible because they're behind. Like, hedge funds have not like the least amount of exposure to the market that they've ever had. And they are way, 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 way behind. They're not going to come at the end of the year and be like, yeah, I made all this money on, longing Mag 7. And here's all your cocaine for the for the island over the holiday break. So up is the way until proven otherwise. And just use this price here, 582.59, as your jump point for the rest of this week. We can swing briefly lower. We can go. I mean, we can definitely swing down here, but it better only be for just a second. Like, no new lows, none of that nonsense. And I'll show you that real quick here on SPX Gamma. Let's go down there and take a look at that really quick. So here's local support. Let's see if we can take a peek at the new Gamma picture for this morning. And I'm assuming on Friday people hedged. That's my assumption. Like, everyone's still wound up on this election stuff. Everyone I speak to, everywhere I look, everyone's still wound up. I'm reading I'm reading like comments or I go to like Democrat subs and Republican subs, and they're all parroting the same stuff. It's like this one big, huge parrot. End of America if Trump wins. End of America if Kamala Harris wins. Danger, 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 danger. Everybody's paranoid. So let's take a look here.
Sells 749.9 million pounds of bonds in auction and receives 1.59 billion pounds in bids. And say the APF gilt sale operation cover ratio was 2.
I went to see what we got here. Yeah, not much has changed. Gamma flip is higher. That's bad for bulls, and this is where I'm talking to us. This gamma flip was down here earlier this week. Gamma flip is now higher, and also support is now higher.
Take your trades.
So local support, in local support's weak. It's only 42 million. It's not that. It's not that much. So even like the support of the market here is tacit. The call wall, 5,900. It's a little bit weaker than it was. That's good to see. There's a window open here now. I think this was 275 at some point. That wall was bigger than it is right now. We've got less wall here at 59.50. That's good to see. 101 million at 6,000, and still no call development to the upside. So we haven't seen extreme greed, extreme monster like still haven't seen like I've seen it in the news. They're running that playbook. If you read any stories over this weekend, they're already running those stories. So you can see it right here. Just it's pretty simple, right? Jump off, jump off, jump off, jump off.
Index change month
and note too that
forecast minus 0.
There's no support down here. Your put wall is now. Let me take a look. Or puts that matter right now. Daily trigger for a pullback. So over the weekend I was reading. I want to say I read 4 or 5 stories. I want to say that I read 4 or 5 stories over the weekend. That I'll put this in here for you. One quick second. I want to say that I read 4 or 5 stories. I even saved them. Hold on here. Like America's new economic super cycle. I read like 2 stories. And they were wrapping their heads around this stuff. Like, we're not quite there. Like, the news is pushing that narrative. U.S. traders aren't. But the news is pushing this narrative of like brand new super cycle. I'm like, whoa, easy there, killer. Like, you're talking about this is like a multi-year thing here. Are you talking about a super cycle that we could have a 10-year down cycle in? Like, what kind of grand super cycle are you talking about here? Like, easy there. Like, all I'm reading is like everything's bullish. The road to 6,000, the road to this, the road to that, and everybody, even Bloomberg. Bloomberg last night had an article that came out late night that was, we're going up, and that's it. And I'm like, I don't know, like, but traders haven't expressed that yet. So there's like, we're like almost there, but not quite there. If everyone's reading those stories over the weekend, digesting those stories, and it creates that FOMO, maybe, but we don't have the FOMO yet. So we'll have to wait and see if we get that FOMO. You need like unbridled bullish, like sweat pouring down, and we don't have that yet. If anything, what do we have? We've got fear still, like overhang fear, mixed with. We we got that mixed with like bulls that are scared that we're even going higher. We have other bulls that just want to pull back. Even myself, I literally have cash sitting on the sideline right now, a ton of it sitting on the sideline right now, just hoping for a pullback. And I'm not the only one. I know there's other bulls out there that are like, give me any kind of corrective move. Give me a pullback to the daily. Give me a pullback to the weekly. Give me a pullback to the monthly. I don't care. You just like, so you send it down there. I'm buying it. Everybody knows, even if it doesn't happen, everybody knows that there's a holiday rally, right? We're in a bull market. It's the second year of bull market.
From the pre-market.
We're going to go to the moon into the end of the year. We're going to grind straight up, just vertical. It's never going to end. I'm going to put a spread on. It's going to grind all the way up, and I'm going to make bank. Whatever discount you can give me, give it to me now. So we don't have that like FOMO. And we need that FOMO, like unbridled. Unbridled. And that's what I look for with bears too, right? Whenever we're at a bottom, I'm always looking for a chat that is fully absorbed with market crash. Right? Like, I'll be honest with you. When our chat gets fully out of control, I mean, not when we're attempting to roll down. There's like two different kinds of like bear doomer, but the bear doomer where we've rolled over and we're blooding and blooding and blooding and blooding. And I'll ask the chat, are you still short here? And literally like 95 out of 100 comments are, we're going to crash. And I'm like, oh, it's time to buy a bottom, right? It's time to buy a dip. We're going to get a V-shaped here. And that's kind of what I'm looking for here, right? In the opposite. You're looking for the trade to 5,900, a bunch of great ERs, and screaming and yelling that SPY is going to 62, like
for the month of September,
6,200 by end of year, and we're all long 6,200, 6,300 right now. I don't think this is FOMO at all. I saw what Uncle JBJ just said. I think we're in FOMO mode the way up. I think it's possibly grind the whole way up, and then we don't get the pullback. That's what we did all last week, right? Pull back to the 5-minute trigger, up. Pull back to the 5-minute trigger, up. Positive gamma, positive gamma. That's the holiday trade. Like the holiday trade is holiday trade. Typically, it's awful to trade. You just put a call spread on, come back last day of the year, and you close it. A fairly easy way to capture that trade without having to deal with the grind. At any rate, hopefully we get a pullback, and I'm sure there's a mix of like the doom, there's like the mix of the doom bear. I think I put this in the brief last night. There's like the doomer top caller. You never want to listen to that person ever. There's a reason for that. They do it like once a week, once a month, and they get it wrong so many times you burn an account. And the other problem with that is they get even louder when we're at a bottom, so they can like blind you. Now I don't mind the doomer. I don't mind the doomers when we're in a bear market at all. I'd prefer to listen to a short seller. There's like a difference between a short seller and a doomer. Like taking a short is fine, normal, but they're different. Like never mix the two together. Never mix like someone that sells short with someone calling tops every top we're on. And someone over the weekend said, "How do I mute those people?" And I was like, I did that finally. I'm not a long-time Twitter user. I don't have a big Twitter history. I was always a Wall Street Bets guy. And then I think a year or two ago, I had known a bunch of like doom bears for a long time, and I started just muting and blocking them. And my trading got a lot better. I always thought I needed to have those people in my life, and I don't. So someone was asking about that over the weekend, and there's a guy named Bacon that was calling out some of them over the weekend. Like, just put these people on mute. Don't even listen to them. And I was like, oh, I agree with that 100%. And what it does is it amplifies. I'm a bull, but I get bearish, and I listen to those doomers, and they amplify my own bearishness, my own fears that I have as a trader. I don't need any amplification of my fears. I don't need anyone in the background to tell me about the doom, especially in a market that generally goes up and to the right. Generally speaking, it goes up and to the right. And so I don't need any of that in my life. I just don't. No, I wouldn't. I used to follow doomers. I used to like Twitter has a tendency to push that on you. It's in their algorithm. And some of those guys are great. Like I don't actually dislike any of those guys. Again, like hate for them or anything. But when they're rolling through there, if we're like, hey, we're at a inflection point here, and you're just reading like doom scrolling, it's like, oh yeah, those guys are totally right.
Remaining.
Those guys got 1 million followers. They got to be totally right. That's why they got 1 million followers. Your negativity is validated, Cap. Slam the put buy button. We're definitely gonna roll here. You know, just like straight weekly puts. Bam. They're on fire. I was even reading something this weekend. They were like, dude, 6,000 calls are dirt cheap. I'm like, dude, I keep slamming the buy button. Those too. I'm like, those are way cheaper than puts right now. 10 cents for 6,000 puts or calls all day long. I can do 10 of those instead of like $1 for 5 points lower on puts. Count me in.
10 seconds.
No, wait a minute. I got to go to the. Congratulations, Winky. Winky just gave me a DM. It took me like
Still waiting.
it took me like 4 attempts to figure out how to actually. I tried to delete my whole entire
lower than.
or I tried to download my whole entire
3%.
history from Twitter to delete it all, and for some reason they never sent it to me. And finally, I got my full tweet history and I deleted it all. I love it.
Year end.
Like,
Do you want to stay up to date with the
Winky deleted his whole history.
of news for
Congratulations, man.
Then sign up today. And
I used to think I should leave. I used to be like proud of holding my. I never deleted tweets. The only time I ever deleted tweets was if I offended somebody, like truly offended somebody. I was like, oh, I gotta delete that. But I didn't delete shit for years, and I noticed that Jedi Marcus does it. And I asked Jedi once. I was like, why do you delete your tweets? And he's like, keeps it nice and clean. And he's mentioned one other reason to me. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. There was that other reason that he gave me. I'm not going to say it publicly why he deletes his tweets, but it made a lot of sense to me. And I'm like, so it always rubbed me in the background. So I finally got around to deleting my tweets. And I think Winky just deleted his whole presence. And I think it's great. Like if you're like trying to tell a story, you tell the story and then you delete them. Tell the story and then you delete them. Tell the story and then you delete them. And some people are like, well, they're deleting their tweets because they don't want people to know their history. Dude, I got like top and bottom calls in those tweets. Like I got some great tweets out there and I deleted those too. And he said one other thing to me too. Jedi said one other cool thing. He said your tweets are only as good as the move that you have. He's like if you know what you're doing, he's like if you know what you're doing in the market, he's like you don't sit back on those moments, like you don't brag about them. You just if you're trading this one trade, you post those tweets, you get rid of that stuff, and then you go on to the next bunch. And I'm like, I am with you, man. Congratulations, brother. It feels good to delete them. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yes, brother. It feels good. Trust me, it feels good to clean them up too. Like once a week, once a couple days, have a story to tell in one day, put it out there, let people read it, and then you get rid of it. If they want to keep it, they can. They can download shit, post a chart, they can download the chart, whatever you want to do. Morning, how you guys doing? 10-year is ripping. You know, people don't want to believe this. Like, I'm point blank. You got two presidential candidates that are going to spend money. Like, write that, like, carve that in a piece of stone. And the perception here is that Trump is going to spend even more than Kamala. I know there's like Main Street hat wearing people that are like, that's not true. That is true. That is why yields are going higher. Another cool part about yields, or even the uninversion of the yield curve, if any of you hung out on Saturday with me, I think Saturday afternoon we hung out for a bit, right? We watched the curve, right? The inversion and the curve. And what did we learn over on Saturday? What did Larry say over the weekend? He said, anyone telling you that the uninversion is bad for stocks is wrong, right? It's just not. It's not the truth, or it's not even the truth reliably anymore. Majority of the time, it's actually good for stonks. And let's chat about that too right now, briefly. We went over the weekend, and I think 2 weeks ago I showed you guys how right before the rate cut, I showed you the rate of change on the rate on unemployment rate, and how it was flashing a recession next summer, and that we should get 50 BPS. So some of you guys weren't in that conversation over the weekend, but we should probably talk about rate cuts right now. So we got 50 BPS in cuts, right? And it actually did bring down the unemployment rate. It worked. Good job, Atomic Punk. So the 50 BPS cut worked, and it brought unemployment back in line. Recession is not flashing right now. Finally, recession is not flashing next year. Now, Larry's also gone over, like, think about this as a thesis basis. If you cut rates and continue to cut rates, it implies that there will continue to be a degradation in the unemployment rate, or that meaning that unemployment rate is going to go higher. And that's what it looked like before the rate cut. Like there was velocity in the rate and the unemployment rate. Looks like what they're doing is working. So moving forward, if you are a bull, you do not want any more rate cuts. And this is going to sound crazy. At this point, right now, with what we know right now, you don't want any more rate cuts. We got 2 more decisions coming up, one for November, one for December. As of right now, you don't want them. There can be an argument made that we could extend the bull market next year if. Now, I don't know that I believe that, because I think the housing market is going to be something we have to deal with next year. And we're also going to have to deal with inflation. But let me discuss this with you. Let me discuss this with you a little bit more in depth right now. So you could have a situation where if you were able to stay in a soft landing, you could still have the impact of the housing market coming down, which it is. It's even coming down where I live. This weekend I looked at housing prices in Michigan, and they're coming down quickly. Even valuations, Zillow is even showing valuations that we peaked. I can show you that later today if you want to look at it. but we had like a peak in 2023, and we're getting a series of lower highs on valuations. Now that could come into some pain next year, but if we keep the unemployment rate low and we're not cutting rates, right? And you get this inflationary problem coming into play, but you don't have enough workers, and you keep the unemployment rate low by not cutting rates. It could mean wages up. So you get like wages up, low unemployment. So first you get the low unemployment, right? And then you get the demand for workers that are unavailable. And so wages go higher. And then we swoop into higher inflation. But you have to pay workers more so they can keep up with higher inflation. And you have housing prices coming down. There could be an argument for that soft landing, that new grand super cycle. I still think it's a lie, but I'm still suspect of it. But we are right now looking like the rate cuts helped with the recession flashing itself for next summer. At the moment, if I were a bull right now, which I am, I think currently I'd be looking for at most 25 BPS in November and December.
The Nasdaq.
And for what we know right now for data, I would say no more cuts this year. And I would also posit that an interest rate of 2.5 to anywhere from 2.5 to 5 could be a sign of a good economy, a great economy, actually. And if you've got an expansion of debt being written by these two presidential candidates, printing money basically, cheapening of money, and we have some inflation thrown in next year, not enough workers, valuations would be low, wouldn't they? And if we get these good ERs, there's some other stuff in there too. Like, I was beside myself to see the Donald Trump is doing part of the Donald Trump trade is that you sell Mag 7 because of hearings and tariffs, right? But he's selling access to companies. Now, I'm not going to get into right now. It's like the thesis here, and part of that Trump trade is the thesis is that you sell these companies and they should blood. I'm not going to get into the politics of if it's right or wrong, or if we're selling this country down the river, or any of that kind of stuff. But when you see that you've got Elon Musk out there hitching his wagon to that thesis, right? You're going to save my company. Trump literally was interviewed and said, Tim Cook came to me and I'm going to help Apple. Like, does that mean that Lisa Su shows up, and does that mean that the Google boys show up and like they're all kissing the ring of Trump? All of Mag 7 shows up, kneels and says, please, sir, may I have another? And he makes a deal with those people. That would also mean that if he signs deals with those companies, that, you know, their products and services would not be meaningfully impacted by tariffs. So if you're like selling Mag 7 on the tariff trade and those companies don't have to pay or you're not paying those tariffs as the consumer, that's the wrong move, isn't it? That means that you got to long those companies, doesn't it? Is that crazy or what? So there's that going on too in the background for next year, which is insano. It's insane. I can't even bring that up right now, but the recovery here of the hourly trigger. We're going to back test this half-hour trigger and this hourly trigger, see if we can go higher. Targets to the upside, 586.99 and 585.80. And we're also, just a note here too, we're going to back test that support at 58.50 currently. I'm basing it out right now. Goldman's Pravotsky, I think last few weeks have been all about stopping market participants into the tape at a time where they wanted to exercise caution. With only a few weeks to the election, it feels that the Republican sweep outcome is increasingly being priced in. This despite some historic unreliability from betting markets and polls. Logan expects gradual rate cuts if the economy meets forecasts. So we discussed this on Saturday. Logan saying, reinforcing that this morning. Liquidity is still abundant in money markets, should allow some volatility. Logan also saying, I pay a lot of attention to financial condition indexes.
According to the oil ministry, Iraq's Karbala refinery to resume operations on Tuesday after finishing maintenance.
Got a note here saying option traders are clearly positioned for higher S&P readings, but the sentiment is now more vulnerable. Agreed. That's a great way to say it. I like that. Yields are continuing their mysterious rise, are 5 BPS higher at the long end. It's not mysterious. It's Trump trade. It's the idea that like no one wants to admit this. I don't know why everybody's hiding this. Yields are going higher because of the expansion of spending money, literally like creating more debt. That's the reason. You guys like, are you Trump supporters out there just don't want to say it? It's creating more debt. That's what we're doing. We're spending. Below the current CTA position, U.S. bonds, while there is room for trend followers to sell, supply will be exhausted sooner or later. CTA positioning S&P 500 is rather stretched as well. I think that falls in line with everything that we're talking about. Let's see what else we got here. Let's check net gamma in the market. Net gamma is okay, 418. It's not huge, but it's not bad. Still have 5,900 still looking like major resistance. We did expand call buying last 2 weeks at 61 and 6,200, but I don't see any growth in it from the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks. 6,000, though, is growing right now. For economic calendar this week, we've got Fed talk today. We had Fed talk from Logan earlier. We get Kashkari at 1 p.m. and Schmidt at 5 p.m. I saw I forgot his name right now. There's one of the famous hawks was saying he doesn't want to do any more cutting. So we got 1 p.m. we got Kashkari. 5 o'clock we've got Schmidt. 10 a.m. we've got Harker. tomorrow. We've got red book year over year tomorrow, but it's not implied that it's going to matter. We have a bill auction tomorrow at 11:30, 42-day bill auction. We've got the API crude oil stock change at 4:30 tomorrow.
Index, 76 out of 100 equaling extreme greed. And the crypto fear and greed index, 72 out of 100 equaling greed. And looking at the VIX, currently up 3.33% at 18.65.
We do have existing home sales tomorrow at 10.
Bank of England's green says a cautious, gradual approach is appropriate.
We do have existing home sales month over month. So Fed Bowman tomorrow at 9 a.m., then existing home sales at 10 a.m. tomorrow. We get some more oil and gas stuff at 10:30. We get Barkin, more Fed speak at 12. We do get a 20-year bond auction at 1 p.m. tomorrow. That should be important. So 1 p.m. tomorrow, on Wednesday, we get the 20-year bond. We get Fed beige book at 2 p.m. on Wednesday.
Writing in an FT article says the UK is facing a consumption.
Wednesday, excuse me. So Wednesday, put that on your calendars for 1 and 2 p.m. Should be some nice vol. Thursday, we get the Chicago Fed National Activity Index claims at 8:30. Still not huge. Like, claims are still not. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't come in hot. I don't think that they come in hot. Well, I don't know. That could be a source of vol. Look at Wednesday for. Thursday at 8:30 in the morning. We get initial claims, continuing claims, and jobless claims. Over the weekend on Thursday or Friday in my subreddit, in the Detroit subreddit, it was a woman. She goes, my husband, but she had said that her husband was laid off from Ford this past week. They got notices. And it created a large conversation by other workers for Ford. Now, this is not unknown at this point. We had Joe Donut on the show a couple weeks ago, and we were discussing how companies have all their stock and ordering done for next year.
Which notes that the New York Fed says reserves remain abundant.
And companies are exhibiting caution into FY25. We related it to pencils, right? So if you're a company that produces real goods, matter of fact, you saw a bunch of M&As right now too, right? Like Lamb Weston.
Falling rates may reduce excessive UK savings.
True Value. There's another one this past week. I forget what it was. There's one or two other big companies that had mergers this past week. So you've got like mergers going on, acquisitions going on by companies that produce things, and you've got companies that are reining in their ordering. So instead of ordering 100 pencils, I'm only ordering 10. I'm going to sell what I have on hand in my warehouses, and I'm going to do some light ordering, and we're not ordering anything else
Green says
in case we go into a recession.
Is the impact of rates on household incomes. Recovery could take much longer.
So, a company wins in both situations, right? A company would win if the economy remains strong. That would also kick in inflation, right? I only have 10 pencils to sell, not 100. And if we do go into a recession, I didn't overorder. I look like a rock star either way. So on Friday, I think it was Friday, there was a post on the Detroit subreddit, and they had said that Ford was laying off workers. And there's a large discussion that took place on this. And some older Ford workers were lending some insight for this woman. She was very scared and paranoid, rightfully so. And she had only gone through this layoff this is the first time her and her husband had gone through this round of layoffs with a company, working for a manufacturing company, and this this discussion had some older people that had been working for Ford for a long time, 30, 40 years, some of these people, or I think 40 years, I don't know. They were like, I was working for Ford in '08. I was working for Ford in 2000. Maybe not 40 years. Boomers. But this one guy was like,
Bank of England's Greens says the full impacts of high interest rates on mortgage payments has not yet passed through.
this one guy was trying to calm her down, and he was like, this is normal for working for these companies. He said that Ford had predicted with their own layoffs the last 5 of 6 recessions. So this one guy said, look, they're going to rein in, they're going to tighten the belt right now, whether we get a recession or not. And expect that from Ford. Expect more layoffs too. And then a whole bunch of other people were talking about how they had been laid off just last week. They all got code changes or whatever, right? Like show up your swipe your card, doesn't work. They give you your box with your pencils and your erasers in it and say, see ya. So we have this on Wednesday. We have jobless claims. So it's not showing here that it's going to be material to the market. So on Thursday, I'd be interested to see if it actually is, if claims comes in a little bit hotter than expected. That's Thursday at 8:30 in the morning. I think it's prudent that companies do this anyways, even if we don't enter a recession. We have more Fed speak later in the morning. We also get the S&P Composite PMI flash. Now, that is important. That's the manufacturing and services PMI flash data. We also get a home sales, new home sales at 10 a.m. on Thursday. I think you're going to see home sales come in. All the home sales data is going to come in pretty negative in general. On Friday, the key report for this week is durable goods orders, and that's on that same topic. Durable goods orders, probably the biggest event. If there's one event this week that matters the most, durable goods orders month over month is at 8:30 on Friday. And then we've got Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. on Friday. That's the 25th and 28th. On the 28th, we get Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index. On the 29th, we get goods and trade balance, wholesale inventories. Then we wrap up the housing data with the Case-Shiller home price month over month, year over year. So we got like 2 reports coming in for housing, and then we get the killer, the nail in the coffin, on the Case-Shiller index on the 28th. That could be a source of volatility as well. Those three housing reports, and I expect that deterioration to come out here this month, next month, the month after. I think you're going to see that housing come back into focus. And then, of course, the big boy on Tuesday, right? So this is next Tuesday before we wrap up the end of the month. We've got JOLTS, and that ties back into claims. That's at 10 a.m. on Tuesday the 29th. And we get GDP on Wednesday the 30th. So 29th, 30th, huge reports, huge volatility, 29th and 30th. And then on the 31st, we get PCE. So the big heavy hitters all coming in end of the month and not on a week, not into a Friday. It's like Tuesday. What is it? Tuesday the 29th, we get JOLTS. Wednesday the 30th, we get GDP. And then Thursday, the 31st, we get PCE. So 28th, 29th, or excuse me, 30th. Tuesday, the 29th, Wednesday, the 30th, and Thursday, the 31st, we get monster reports. After this, like, claims, like this job stuff and then this housing stuff. So I'd bookend with those three reports into the end of the month for some volatility. Oh, and we get non-farms and the unemployment rate on Friday the 1st. So, oof. The next week, stack them up if you want unrealized volatility. It starts on Tuesday the 29th and lasts until the 1st. Like, that's some heavy hitting volatility right there. There's a big difference when companies lay off to preserve profitability, or they lay off because they need to restructure due to a sustainability change market. Lots of big companies have been laying off people all year, but it's not because they're in peril. Yeah, I haven't heard any of the peril either. I think it's restructuring. Well, I think it's twofold. I think there's companies that are tightening the belts, which would seem to me to be rational. And then there's a lot of mergers and acquisitions on companies that is worrying me a little bit. I don't know if it's worrying, but it's more like, yeah, are we going to survive? Or are we not going to survive? Maybe we unload this debt. We unload the risk to this company, like in this perceived possible recession. But I think it's still prudent that it happens. It's a normal part of the business cycle. So Lamb Weston. I had longed Lamb Weston, and the reason I longed them was because I was like, this is a French fry company. Why are they running these negative ad or they were like panhandling. And it reminds me of when a company's in distress, right? Panhandling out there. Even in my local news, like my local news was running articles on Lamb Weston. We don't know if we're going to make it.
Sees
and I'm like, why are they doing that? Like, they're not going to go bankrupt.
Versus
they closed the plant to make fries, so that should help them make some money.
5% in 2027 and 20
on lower demand.
They see budget deficit.
And they had a bunch of gaps above. So I ended up longing them, and they had an M&A potential come through earlier last week.
At 2.8% of GDP in 2029.
Back testing the hourly trigger right now. Time is it right now? 10:30. Let's set some times here. Hold on here. Watch this closely here. The usual grind. Think or swim. Let me check.
Do you want to stay up to date with
no issues with think or swim for me?
Leading edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month. And save 92%.
That's why I never understood 2-week notices. You wouldn't give me advance notice of my firing, so why wouldn't you give me why wouldn't I give you two? When I had jobs that were inconsequential, I didn't mind giving a notice. When I had jobs of consequence, I was never given notice, and I never gave notice. If you're in a position of responsibility, sometimes, man, I can't say that was always the case. If I had like a contract work, there was always like talk if we're going to extend that or not. I had a hard time getting used to. Once I got into like director roles, that's when I noticed that I got fired more. But it didn't have. I would take it personally, but it had nothing to do with me. It was mostly restructuring, cost too much, bring in someone cheaper, kind of stuff. I think that's like the norm at some point. It's going to take a roll in construction employment to throw us in a recession. I'm always looking for Atomic Punk. I'm always looking for like a service staff, like bartenders, baristas, restaurant service staff. I always ask them, like, is this what you've always done? Especially if they're really good. I always notice that in a good economy, service begins to suck in restaurants. When the economy goes into a recessionary period, the service usually gets really good in restaurants, in bars, and stuff. And those people are normally like, "Oh, this is what I normally do for my career." But of course, I have to pay the bills, so I'm now working in a restaurant. That's how you know you're in a recession. UPS is currently hiring people. I got something for you on retail sales here. Hold on here. I'll read this to you. I think do I? Nope. I did, but shoot. I don't have it anymore. I should have saved it. Retail sales were kind of down, but they're saying that it was all the toilet paper buyers and the end of the world like buyers were out in force, holding up retail sales. As far as shopping, I was out 2 weeks ago shopping. 2 weeks? Week ago? 2 weeks ago? I was replacing some of my wardrobe. My wardrobe is... I have a lot of buy it for life kind of stuff. That's very worn in. I flipped a bunch of houses, and so I would buy good clothes, but I would like do work with them and physical stuff. And I was looking at my clothes recently, and I was like, man, that stuff needs to be retired. Like, I need some new clothes. And so I did some shopping, and I did some shopping on the internet, but then of course some stuff I can't buy unless I'm in person. Some stuff I'm fine with, but some stuff it's like I gotta try stuff on. So I went out shopping, and it was busy. People were spending money. I think there's a time. Yeah, I agree with that too. C. Tazo said it's a courtesy to your employer, keeps the door open with those managers for a relationship in the future. I think that that was always my like for like quitting or being fired. I noticed that there was two things in that. There was like keeping the door open to your employer, 100%. Like if a contract was ending and saying, "Do you want to extend this, or do you want to, or not extend it, or whatever," was always, I don't know, easy. Whenever I was fired, though, it wasn't because they didn't like me. It was always because of structuring. It wasn't because I had done anything bad. It was there. It was there because, of course, that's my part of what my job was. Part of what my job was how much money we have to spend this quarter. Ooh, who are we firing? I think giving notice is fine. I like the idea like you don't know your boss in 2 weeks or not. I think it's all situational. Maybe I should rephrase that. It's just it's situational. It's like, do you owe your boss 2 weeks notice? That's tough too. I would say this: if you live paycheck to paycheck, I don't know if you owe your boss a 2-week notice. If you're not living paycheck to pay, there's some problems in there too. Like, I've seen people get jobs. Hey, buddy, how you doing? I've seen people get jobs, and they the jobs are rescinded. I wouldn't fault anyone if you were like an hourly employee working for me and you didn't give me a notice and you were like, hey, look, this company hired me. I'm going to start like this week. I would say you don't owe that company anything. If you could, you can, if you can, you can. But if you can't, you can't too. There's a gray area in all of that. If you're a key person for a company and you're being paid as such, you probably owe some kind of a, hey, I'm looking elsewhere kind of thing. Or I've been hired by this other company. Because if that door doesn't stay open for you at that new company, you may be allowed back in or to your company that you're leaving. Something like that. I work with a server who used to be a Home Depot recruiter making 6 figures, but she got laid off. Is it one or is it everybody in your restaurant? You working in a restaurant? I think the job matters. You haven't worked a job like that yet. Yeah, I think the job. I think whatever. I think it's. I don't think it's like a black and white answer. I see that though a lot. Like I see like a lot. Like you don't owe your employer any kind of a notice. They would lay you off if they had to, and not say a word to you. Of course they're going to do that. They have to keep the company running so that they can give jobs when they have them. I don't. I can't blame a company that does that. Like you have to save money for. You have to like save and realize that's going to happen to you as a worker in our system. I can't blame a company for doing that or not giving you notice. Plus, they don't want the whole reason they don't tell you is because they don't want you shooting the place up too. You know that, right? They don't want you shooting your job up. Like they don't want you going. Back in the day, they used to call it going postal. They want to make it clean and easy. Like human resources is company resources, right? You as a person are a company resource, so you should be aware of that, right? But that doesn't mean you blame them or anything. Let's slide that over again. Ooh. 1 second here.
The Russell 2000 index now down 1%.
I have a 1 and 5 minute trigger cross over the hourly and half hour trigger right now. Parked on S1. Retesting that 5850 on SPX Gamma on the bottom right hand side here so you can see it. I'll make it larger. Retesting the Friday low at 9:30 in the morning. IWM dropping a little bit lower than expected this morning. I expected 224.40, trading 222.97, closing the gap currently on IWM. DIA right where it should be. VIX with it leaving behind the gap, trading 14.79 currently. DIX moving higher. HYG rolling down to its daily trigger. Let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla back testing its monthly trigger right now. Yeah, they also want to protect intellectual property. Absolutely. I should have mentioned that, Talking Monkey. They can limit the access you have to servers, emails, files by surprising you, keep you from raiding, deleting, and moving things. 100%. Come on, push on down, baby. Push on down. A little bit more down. See if we can get one more leg down here. Still fucking buying. Still buying on a 4-hour basis. That might be bottom right there. Gap is closed finally on Thursday. We'll find out here if we get something more meaningful to the downside. Pay close attention to if there's a nice rejection here, we can actually make a good run to the downside. I'm still currently buying here. And VIX 9-day says it wants to keep going higher down here, so let's see if we can get more down. VIX now trading 1491. If we can get more down, the target is right here. I don't. What's DEI? Diversity, equity, inclusion. Jesus, this shows how long I've been out of corporate America. Read too many fantasy romance novels. Human resources is not really on your side. They're pretty much like outside of the CEO. They're like the director of HR is typically the most evil person in the company. Usually, they're usually like the person that the C-suite is. It's like their on-demand attorney at all times. Yeah, they're not your friend. They're never. They're do not trust anything that comes out of their mouth. I actually had. I just thought about this. I had an incident once. I had an incident once where we had money go missing, and this one gets crazy. I got a crazy story for you. I did my externship. I'm not gonna say the company that it was for, but I think I've told you before. Some of you guys know where I did my college externship, but I did it in Boston and New York, and I went on a task force down to Connecticut. I was in this like task force, and so I got out of this like task force, and this guy was moving up in this company, and he's like, "Hey, I want you to come down to this task force." So I went down to this task force. It's like 3 months. I'm like, okay. This company was in like huge expansion. They were breaking up their real estate, the management, the real estate part of this corporation. They're in this huge expansion. And this guy was like a company man, and he liked me, so I went and did a bunch of cool shit with this guy. And this guy was like a rising star in the company. So I go down to this task force, and a bunch of money went missing. Not a bunch. It wasn't at the time. It wasn't a ton. Maybe like $500 or something. I don't know. It was from like a satellite thing that we had. We were giving cash out to this satellite thing. It doesn't matter. But people needed cash banks or something, and some money went missing. And I'm doing the accounting for this department at the end of the night one night, and we came up short. And I was like, "Oh fuck, where'd this money go?" And this is when HR is not your friend. And so of course you turn your money in, and you say, I don't know, $20,000 supposed to be here. We're short $500, let's say. And like nothing can. I think I got they investigated me personally for it. And I'm like, I'm young, of course, at the time, and naive, and I didn't think anything of it. And then I got another interview, a secondary interview from this like big regional director, and I'm like, what? I'm like, what is I'm like, why am I getting interviewed like this? And this like guy, this like rising star guy, he's like, don't worry about it, just tell them the truth, answer all their questions or whatever. And I'm thinking nothing of it. The task force ended early for me, so I get sent back to New York. So I get sent back to New York, right, to New York City, and like years pass, like 2-3 years pass. I ended up leaving this company. It was like this whole externship thing. It was like it was something that I didn't want to do in my career, but it was a stepping stone for me. It was like going to work for Tesla or something, or Amazon. You go do a couple 2-3 years here, and they're like, wow, this guy did this for this big company and their most prestigious thing, and we're going to hire him on over here to do something different, right? So I leave, and I see this guy years later. And he's like, I got to talk to you. And I'm like, what? And he's like, I got to tell you a story. I go, all right, tell me. And he goes, remember that time when the money went missing? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, we did this like deep cleaning in this back office, and they found the money like behind a desk, and it was like in bands, like it had never been used or spent or whatever. Mind you, this is like 10 different people you're handing cash out to, like handing cash out to a bunch of different people. And he's like, I found the money. He was like, this was like a department where they were shutting it down twice a year. And they were like dragging out the office furniture and like locked cabinets and stuff. They found the fucking money. He's like, dude, he's like, you went back. He's like, they sent you back from task force because human resources thought you stole the money. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. He's like, well, they had no evidence, so they couldn't fire you. He's like, but it didn't matter. You were done there. And I was like, bullshit. He's like, no. He's like, they thought you stole the fucking money. And I was shocked. Like it was like a lesson to me that they don't care. Like they don't care about you. You can tell them whatever you want to tell them. Like you're guilty. Like it's not like going to court or something. You're guilty regardless if you actually did it or not. Even if you lost it under your own control, you lost money under your own control, you're still guilty. Let's see if this holds or not. Let's see what happens here. Almost, it's 10:59, 11 a.m. See if the pain's all over or not. Got no new low right now. They need to get a new low here. They got a couple minutes. See if they can dump it really quick. At any rate, that's my human resources story. That's one of them. I got a couple of human resources stories. I got one where that one there, and I didn't find out till years later that they thought I had stolen the money. And I realized that was one of the first times I realized that was my like only human resources encounter. I always perceived that they were on your side. Up until that point, I was very naive, young. You trust everybody. I was a little shocked. I was like, really? I was like, what would I need to steal $500 for? Like theft is a weird thing to me. Like, just ask for money. If you need money, just ask somebody for money. You'll get it usually. So that was my first encounter. My second encounter with human resources, I worked for another company, and I was making too much money. I actually spent a long time working for this company, and I was making too much money. And my responsibility, my job load was really low. It was probably one of the best jobs I've ever had in my life. And they kept offering me promotion. Oh, hold on here. They kept offering me promotions, and I kept denying them. They were like, you want this job, you want that job, you want this job, you want that job. And I'm like, nope. I'd finally had like this perfect job. And I was making tons of money, small workload. It's 11:01 right now. Oh, come on. You get a couple more minutes. A couple more minutes here. I'll give you like 1, 2, 3 more minutes. Like, get the new low. Make that a little more perfect. Are they counting this one here? 1046 says the new low. I don't think so. I wanted to see one more low right here. I wanted to see that right there. So I had this sweet ass job, right? And now at this point, I knew that human resources was evil-ish. But I finally got forced into a position. I finally, in my profession, I finally got told behind a closed that if I didn't take the new position, that I would be forced out. Right? So I took the new position. I had to open a place. Let's watch this closely. Oh, there's the drop, baby. Come on down. Come on down. It's 11:02. They saved it for 2 minutes after the hour. Downside target valid 580.
500 continues.
Even if we pull higher here.
Currently down 0.47.
So they're like, you have to take this job. You don't have a choice. They're gonna run you out. This is like a backroom conversation. You have to take this job. So I'm like, fuck. And so I take the job, and I get moved. I have to open this new property and stuff, and I'm running the entire place, and it was like the same pay. And this is like something where I'm working like 12, 14-hour days, just grinding. And I realized at that moment, like there was a moment when I was like, I took the job and didn't realize that they knew that I would never accept that job, and the commitments for the money that I was being paid to stay working for that company. So like they even found a way for me to quit on my own. They like found a way for me to go get another job. So it didn't take long. It took like, I think I opened this place. I think it was there 3 or 6 months or something. I worked for this company for years. And of course that within like a month, I realized that they won no matter what. Like they were going to win either by paying me the same amount of money but getting more production out of me, or they were going to get me to quit and go on to greener pastures. So I think I made it another 3 or 6 months somewhere in there. And then in that time period, I'm like, that's it. I'm out of here. If I'm going to do this, I'm going to get paid double. If you want me working 12, 14-hour days, I want fucking, at that point, I think I wanted like $120,000 or $40,000 minimum, maybe even higher than that. And I got it. I got hired. Got a job where I got paid good money. Yeah, it was a forced promotion. It was like a forced promotion to make more money. Target, downside target here. This is very valid right here. Even if we squeeze, we're going down there. I guess I should draw that better. Whoa. Sorry about that. Come on, baby. Keep on going. Go a little bit more. One more tick. Close it. VIX trading 1517. Look for VIX to trade 1650. So don't trust human resources. Don't trust human resources is the moral of the story here. It doesn't necessarily mean that they're your enemy, but it does mean don't trust them. And here's a couple other things here too. I got a bunch of other human resources stuff. So after all these years pass, I get to know now. Then I move into like C-suite stuff. I spend about 10 years around C-suite. I think right around 10 years in and around C-suite. Nice new low break below S2. I don't know if we get the rest of this right now. If we squeeze and go lower, just leaving this higher here just in case. If they can do it all at once, it's even better. But regardless whether they do all this right now or not, we are going down trading 580. So now I get like wrapped up in C-suite stuff, right? I start like moving up in my career, and hold on 1 second here. Gotta watch this closely. Yeah, a little bit more. $11.09 right now. Give me one more fucking red bar. Don't fucking squeeze. VIX 9-day can go higher. It's trading 15.09. One more fucking bar down there. Gamma flip is at 58.14. We should have one more down leg down here. Let's check this on. I think this here, roughly here, is the gamma flip. Right about there. $1,600 on Tuesday, 4 p.m. on Tuesday. Wednesday. Where's 4 p.m.? Right there. I think that's right about where it is, right about there. Is that 4 p.m.? Yeah, right there. Right there. I think that's gamma flip. Pretty close to it. See if we can get that down there. Half-hour trigger about to cross the hourly trigger. Watch out for a check back on the cross of the half and full hour. Still no premium. Sellers alive until at least 11:30. Tesla still hammering on its monthly trigger.
Canadian dollar weakens to a near 11-week low at 1.3844 per US dollar.
Still in positive gamma.
Fed bids for 3-month bills total $4.6 billion, and Fed bids for 6-month bills total $4 billion.
Quick note here, on Thursday we had the high, on Friday we had the lower high. On SPX. IWM getting hammered right now. Trading 222.04. Woo, right down to the daily trigger. An expected move to 220 on IWM with the break of support. DIA now breaking support. They're looking for even lower. They're going to be looking for 427. Just need a rejection on any pullback. So if you watch DIA down here, if DIA can get a rejection above here, you'll see that target of 427. And change these color blocks from green to yellow. If sellers can hold this, should see some nice blood to the downside. We do have a half-hour trigger cross. Hasn't happened yet, but we're getting close to it. VIX 9-day supportive right now at 15.05. We have more up to go. We can trade 16.29. Dixie on the move, trading 103.83.9. HYG backtesting its daily trigger right now. Tesla with more blood this morning. Oh, hold on here. There we go. That's me. I'm all in. So the last of my puts. I've got calls now. I just caught a fill just then. Past 24 hours. God, Tesla earnings on Wednesday after the close. Zions Bank, Logitech, 3M, Verizon, Enphase, Texas Instruments. It's the only big one that I can see for this week. NASDAQ, American Airlines, UPS.
That's 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The US sells $81 billion in 3-month bills. Prior high yield 4.51.
I've only got 11.20, not 11.30.
2.96. And the US sells $76 billion in 6-month bills. Prior high yield 4.27% and a prior bid to cover of 3.05.
Sorry about that. Hang tight here. Q's holding up right now. SPOO's stretched to the downside. IWM bloodbath. DIA bloodbath. VIX still cranking right now, trading 1547. Price target 1626. Maybe we get a V-shaped recovery going on down here. I gotta look at Oxy. Did they move today? They were saying to buy, or they were saying buy Oxy. Not yet. It was like an Oxy on a Trump win or something like that. Oxy's still trading lows. TLT trade 92.70 with a target of 91.42. It's only 11.23 right now. Keep your eye on this cross. It's almost there, not quite. You can get a nice, see this cross above here that's happening up here? Usually you'll see this cross and you'll see violent move to the downside and then up. So we're not done yet going down. Expect a nice bloodbath in here. SPY. Fifth.
It's 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. The US sells $81 billion in 3-month bills, prior high yield 4.515%, and a prior bid to cover of 2.96. And the US sells $76 billion in 6-month bills, prior high yield 4.27%, and a prior bid to cover of 3.05.
SPX heading lower to the flip right now at 58.15. I think that's about right. 827, 79, S4. Again, flips like right about here. $58.27.21 on SPX. Trying to trade 58.14. Another about 15 points down here. Three minutes left. They did get the new low just a moment ago. That would count, I guess. They don't need another low right now. S3 at 580.17. S4 at 578. This is also RTX buy, but if you catch a new low on this, we could do one more day of this. Or STX buy. I wouldn't trust it on the buy side. On the sell side, I would trust it, but not on the buy side. Two minutes left. SPY down 0.66% in the day. We have more down to go.
Results of the 3- and 6-month bill auctions.
More down to go. Tesla down 1.3%. SPY only down 0.65%. We can go a full 1% down, so we're not even done yet here. Not even close to being done. We'll get at least 1% on the day. Tesla down 1.3%. TMF down 3.95%. Palantir down 1.5%. NVDA up still 1.68%. They had a nice rip into pre-markets. They're still up 1.69%. So you can see the longs in tech still holding up right now. Amazon down 1.86%. Apple still green in the day, 0.42%. Meta, though, down 6.93%. And they're down where their initial run started. We're getting close. We're like pretty close here in the day. Maybe one more bloodbath. Apple's still green. NVIDIA's still green. Google only down 0.65 or 0.39. Keep an eye on SERV, SERV.
Three-month high yield, 4.51%, 4.51%. Bid to cover ratio, 3.07, 3.07. So the US sells $86 billion in three-month bills and awards 36.75% of bids at high. And six-month bill bid to cover ratio, 2.92, 2.92, with a high yield of 4.31%, 4.31%. So the US sells $76 billion in six-month bills and awards 33.41% of bids at high.
Scroll down, scroll down. A little bit of premium kicking in right now on calls. 1 minute trigger flattening out right now to the sideways here. You can see 1 minute turning sideways, 5 minute turning sideways. Dude, just give me one more fucker down like this. One minute trying to turn around right now. Call premium kicking right now, even though we're going sideways up and down. On SPY calls, watch out for reversal here. QQQ still pounding in on support. IWM bloodbath and DIA bloodbath and we're coming to rejection of we're coming to some resistance right now on VIX 9-day. HYG parked in its daily trigger. TLT with a little bit more downside to go. We're getting close, almost there. That fucking calls are expensive as fuck still. 1 minute trigger turning up right now. Watch the turn up on that 1 minute trigger. See if we can get a rejection up here. 5 minutes still vertical to the downside. See it's still running all the way hot to the downside. Check velocity on a 30-minute basis. Yeah, we can still go down some more. 30-minute velocity still looks good for bears. Still positive, or still in positive gamma. $11.41 right now. Have the cross of the half an hour trigger over the 1 hour trigger. Hoping to get a rejection here. One more leg down. Just back test this 5 minute trigger right here. God damn. I had a bid in for some calls for Friday that blew it, that didn't hit what I wanted. I didn't get a fill. Please reject. Please, please, please reject. Everyone's buying calls right now. Put buying's dragging off. Call buying is increasing right now. I don't know if we'll get this. That might be it. I was looking at 588s. They were at a low of 62 cents. They're now trading 77. I wanted them cheaper than that. I didn't want to get them at that price. I didn't catch a buy in here. Pay close attention on this valid above right here. It's okay to come down this low. If you catch the new low, that implies we're going to head much, much lower. Be like you make the one shot straight down. That's no big deal. Even like I prefer to get it even lower. So it's like one move down. Pay close attention though. If we go, see this valid above right here. If we get a rejection in a new low, that could be implying a move much, much lower. So whatever this movement is here, we'll pay close attention to this. If we can get another down day on Tuesday. That might have been it, though. There's a lot of premium. Like now we're trading 78 on 588s. Up 10% already on this Friday trade. I'm not in that trade. I didn't catch it. I wanted it in the 50s. Come on, baby. Just give me one more sell right here. It's like fucking sell that 5 minute. $30-minute velo is conducive to it, so I see this big green bar down here in SPX Gamma. They're buying the fuck out of this half an hour right now. Qs being bought, just rampant Qs right now. IWM being bought on their initiation back over here on Friday at 12 and Monday at 8 a.m. all being bought on IWM. DIA, DIA and IWM not convinced yet. VIX coming into some resistance at that 1629. Dixie's still bullish. HYG, dip buyers on it right now, and it's daily trigger. Tesla with dip buyers stepping in. Baby, come back down. Come down for some cheaper calls. Don't leave me behind. Puts topping out, calls, still ramping call buying right now. Dip buyers stepping in force. Tesla buyers stepping in. SPX coming back now, trading 58.38. Watch for that 58.50 to the upside. Let's see exactly where that is. That first one, the second one. $10.40. SPY making its way back to support. Testing the 5-minute trigger. His fucking bulls just don't stop. There was call buying until 10:30, then it fell off. No, that's the wrong one. That isn't SPY. Is that what you in here with me, Water Boy? They bought calls until 10:45, then they stopped. They started buying calls at 11:30. They literally bought calls from 9:30 to 10:30. Like there was call flow on SPY. You ready for this? Yeah, they're all hemmed the fuck in right now. Like there was call, like, so they were buying call. People were buying calls all through this bullshit here. They were buying the fucking open. I don't know why they were buying the open. And then they started buying again right here. So like they burned themselves in here. That means none of that's. We're not going above that. None of these call buyers are saved. These guys are all fucked. They were buying calls like all in here. Who's buying calls on Monday fucking morning? Who the fuck is buying the bell on Monday morning? Like they were buying calls all up in here. This is literal all call buying and put buying, call and put buying, but major call buying in here. They got torched, but then they came back in and started buying this again. They just don't give a fuck. Can't even get a fucking pullback. Back onto support again. See if they can hold it. SPX Gamma at 58.50. We want to see if the sellers can turn this into resistance. This stays yellow until we backtest it. Fucking relentless. Dude, these, like, I'm looking at this call buying and I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, how do you get a fucking pullback when they're doing this every day? Like, no fucking dip left behind. Like, zero dip left behind. Coming back into 55.50 on SPX Gamma. He's fucking, like, it's like do or die time for sellers here. Still relentless call buying. Almost peaking. We're close to peaking on call buying. Three-day. Net premium over 3 days turning up for bulls right now. Dude, they're buying like this is all I can see right now is like Q's is still strong. Like you can see their long NVDA there. There's a bunch of stocks in here that are still green on the day. Like Google's now green. Meta got hammered, so I'd be careful. HF's probably not long that. Apple's fucking mooning. Not mooning, but it's green as fuck. NVDA is still green. You can see where these hedge funds are long. They're rotating out of the small caps trades somewhat, an IWM trade somewhat, but even so, I wouldn't trust that. Amazon got hammered a little bit earlier. They're down 0.74, or they're put down 0.39%, but that's still not enough. I'm telling you, there's no dip here. That this is, if you guys think that's blood, that ain't shit. And that ain't nothing. Sellers still have a chance here. They can reject all this or reject this 5-minute trigger. Maybe V-shaped recovery at best. But I'm watching so I keep snapping I've been watching like the call buying. It stopped at 10:30, but then it started ramping again right at 11:30. But they bought the open. Like, who the fuck buys an open on Monday? Like, you come in on Monday morning and you buy? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me. If anything, if you're going to go long the week, it's like Tuesday. Turnaround Tuesday. Have you ever heard of that before? Like, chill out on Monday morning and wait for a nice fat dip on a Tuesday. They don't even fucking care. They're just buying. It's like buy. I think at least the top today is probably at most you might trade 584.74 buying a day at top. I don't think they're going to let any of these call buyers in from 9:30 to 10:30. Your calls are dead for sure. They might pay these call buyers from 11:30 onward. Which is, they should pay this because you stop buying calls somewhere in here. So you should get at least that. And then we trade it sideways in the end of the day. It's like best case scenario, I think, for the bulls. But unless we start ramping calls again, I'm shocked at how many calls. I was looking at calls for Friday. They were trading 62 cents. I wanted them for like 50, 52 cents, somewhere in there, like a half a buck. They left me the fuck behind. They're now trading. Let me go look because I didn't get a fill on these fucking things. Hold on here. And they cranked them. They're up already, I think 20% or something. And we're early in the week. I mean, that's pretty decent fucking run for a 5-day call. 588s for the 25th, right? 588s. They're now 85 cents. That's huge. 20%. So that's probably bottom, or at least I think it's bottom. 20% premium kick on a 588C from here to here on a Monday is pretty goddamn good. So they stepped in and bought this fucking dip with gusto. They mean business. Like, just relentless. Let's watch that closely. I mean, can I get a rejection maybe up here? Maybe we stall out. We can get down in here into Tuesday. They just don't give a fuck. They're buying. Like, it's like hand over fist fucking buying nonstop. It's call buying falling off now. Me a fucking leg down. It's like I just watch like that right there. Even if it's tomorrow. We might just grind here all day long. I'm hoping to get this today, but they're buying everything. To try NVDA here or Qs, QQQs. Like Qs hasn't let off. It's just call buying, call buying, call buying. Like Qs are just like buy it all now, buy it all now. Like Qs is just like fuck you, we're going higher. No fear, zero fear in the market. Even right now, Qs they're just keep buying calls here. Even if SPY is laid off, they have not laid off on Qs. I'm gonna have to trade Qs. I'm gonna have to switch to buying the Qs here. Maybe take my focus off of SPY or SPX. They just don't give a fuck. Like Qs, they're just like buying non-stop. Buy, 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 buy. Norfolk Southern reaches a tentative 5-year collective bargaining agreement with the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Agreement, which is subject to ratification, arrives in advance of the next collective bargaining round, providing covered employees with assurances that they will receive significant upcoming improvements to their pay, health care, and vacation benefits. Strike level vol. Roaring 20s started today. Oh, I'm like, I was in a brief last night. I was like, I think everyone wants a fucking pullback, at least a correction, any of it, and we can't get like it's just it just doesn't happen. Bye, fucking bye. No, so Uncle JBJ, the call buying is not like out. It has to be outside the money. Like they're buying it in the money. They're buying like 580s, 585s to print 590. So it's like it's on SPY at least. It's like buy 580s to print on Friday. It's not like you need the OTM FOMO buying. You need to see like call buying at 6,200, 6,300 a month to 3 months on them, somewhere in there. Like monthly call buying above 6,000. That's the FOMO. That's like we're gonna break through 6,000. We're gonna trade 6,300. So it like pulls back to like 580. You buy weekly calls, and you collect the money on Friday. Like it's like round and round we go. So there's no real money selling, like panic, like an event driven panic to get us into like the 570s, 60s, whatever, 550s. So we like drift lower, then you buy your 580s and you're off and running. It's all fucking day traders, dude. It's all weekly traders. Weekly calls. And they're stepping in. They literally tried buying on the open, and they're trying to buy it again right now. So like they're just gonna load up. Even if we trade here, I think they're gonna load up. I'm gonna load up. So, so I don't know what to say. Like, is the expectation we trade over six? Is the expectation that we even trade over 5,900? No, it's just like 58, 59, 58, 50, or 50. Yeah, 58, 59, 58, 55, 58, 50 to 59. Sure, let's do that one too. There are a bunch of fucking calls on there. We'll go up there, we'll print it, bring it back down, print it. For some reason, I'm not getting this vol surface. I'm not getting for some reason. No, I don't care about CTA positioning. I care about CO2s. Yeah, COTs. CO2. What's up, kitty? I'm getting all kinds of animal love today. Let's see what else we got here. Look at SERV this morning. Well, let's take a quick look at SERV. Serve. We've had them on our radar. They did squeeze earlier in the summertime. They keep popping up this morning. Their daily trigger is turning up. They backtested their hourly trigger successfully. It traded $9. We were looking for a dip buy down below here to go higher on SERV. Like they had this nice low down here, but they're just like consolidating, and they're trying to turn up right now. A bunch of new highs to trade again to we had a target up here of $22.92. They hit it. And then we've got some more targets up here of $32. So SERV, they've been cranking all morning. Trading $9.95. Next target for them, $32. Currently trading R2 right now. It's their weekly expectation. Weekly expectation 1150 with a high of 1335. I'm going to go potty real quick. I got to go pee. Been drinking coffee and water all morning and haven't had a chance. Give me like 15 minutes here. I think we're going higher here. They keep buying Qs, so I'm not really bearish here at the moment. Hey, Nino, I just saw you out there. Just heads up to you. We were talking about you over the weekend on Saturday. If you get I don't know if you know this. If you get there's an expectation if Kamala Harris wins that your Rivian there should moon. Be aware of that as the election comes into focus. Yeah. I don't know what to say to you on that. We were watching Larry Williams this weekend. He was saying that Rivian is come. I'll try to download. I'll try to download the chart for you. Like Rivian is coming into a very supportive environment in November, like trend wise. Like I think it's like November 1st, November 5th, somewhere, and then I'll get the chart for you and post it for you or show it to you at some point. But he said it was dependent upon the election. You guys want to see if I can pull it up right? Hold on, I'll pull it up right now. Well, he said it was election dependent, so no, so there's like this there's a software out there that like Larry uses, and it shows like super trends for these stocks. And Rivian's on that super trend, but he seems to think that it's attached to the election. One other note here would be one other note to give you, let you guys note here is that let's just check vol control really quick and see if they're on board with this squeeze higher or not. They usually like to step in around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Let me just check vol control here and see if they're going to help out. Like it's like vol control is coming into some resistance. There might be a little bit of help here, but I don't know if they're going to be a huge help at the moment. We're coming in as like some vol control resistant. I don't know if it's resistance or not, but
So keep in mind, in 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, Minneapolis Fed President Cash Kari participates in a town hall event hosted by the Chippewa Falls Chamber of Commerce. No text is expected. There will be a Q&A. So in 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we are expecting possible comments from Minneapolis Fed President Cash Kari participating in a town hall event. And no text is expected. There will be a Q&A though. The link where the live stream will be taking place is pinned on the calendar for anybody interested.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
And just a note here. Move this over. Trying to deal with some email crap right now. SPY trading above its, or SPX trading above its hourly trigger. Looking to squeeze higher here and trade into that local support at 58.50. It's 12:58 coming into that 1 o'clock hour. Not much overhang. There's this tag over here. Right up here is that
So we're
target up
expecting
there.
comments
I
from
don't know if we can get there or not. We'll see. There's this 10:30 bar. 10:30 this morning is somewhere like right here. See if we can get that quick push up. So we can get a quick squeeze here. You're gonna know it up here. Like just look down below here in this SPX gamma. This is where that support level is right here. Sellers are gonna try to turn this into you're gonna find out really quick. You're gonna find out up here if we reject. Do we reject for more downside, or is support still alive? Is the bull thesis still real or fake? You'll find out real quick here in just a minute. Do the bears own the week, or do the bears not own the week? Sorry, I'm going to take that off here and put my screen back up here. The sellers own the week or the buyers own the week? This is the question. There's another back test that has to happen if we even break above. Even if we break above up here, you're going to still have to back test this to find out if the bulls own the week or not. And this is kind of the place right now. We'll find out. Do we get another leg down for turnaround Tuesday or not? Is it only you and I in there mostly, Waterboy? Is it just you and I that hang out in that UW premium channel? It's just like you and I in there, man. Or generally, there's a few other people in there, but not many. Waterboy, CaptainJimJames. Oh, H-Bomb's in there. H-Bomb's hanging out. Waterboy, H-Bomb, and me today. Just the three of us. I find that fascinating. Only the three of us are in there. G-Mam's in there. That's where I hang out, man, during the day. I hang out in there. Like I get that screen open all morning, every day. Like that's where I keep Discord open. Looks like we're not the only ones slumming in there. Yeah, this is the place, Harry, but just don't be talking in there. This is where we hang out. It's a small group. Yeah. So there's only like 4 or 5 of us in there, I think. SPX now back testing the hourly trigger. Let's see if this holds up. We got the 1 minute racing up here from the bottom. So I'll watch my cursor on the bottom left-hand side of your screen. This is where the hourly trigger is. 1 minute is coming up. I was just talking to a trader. So I've been taking a break. I went bathroom, lifted some weights and stuff. I was talking to a trader in the background, and we were discussing last week versus this week, and we were having a conversation over the weekend. We were just talking again, and last week I chased money. Last week I made a lot of money last week. I made a ton of money. I made stupid money last week. I made some bad trades, but I made enough good ones that I made filthy fucking money. That it really didn't matter. But then this week we were talking about he's like, what's your plan for this week? And I'm like, I'm tired. I'm like, last week I felt tired by the end of the week. By Friday I was spent. It wasn't even by Friday. I want to say by Tuesday or Wednesday I was dragging ass. I was like chasing money. I was chasing money on like 0 dates, 1 dates, and like got some fucking killer prints. Had a few losses, but I had killer prints, like hundreds of % prints, like stupid shit. And then the rest of the week, I was DCAing all these 0 dates. I'd like buy 0 dates, and I'd add another 100 pack, another 100 pack, another 100 pack, another 100 fucking pack, and eventually I'd get a print. But I chased money all last week. I felt like I'd worked harder than I've worked. The week before was the same thing because we're in positive gamma. So it's like grind, get a move, grind, get a move. And I don't like trading futures at all. Mostly because I'd be awake all night long, or at least the worst hours of the day. But I was still awake. I was still up all night fucking long. I'd like go to sleep, wake up. Normally I like wake up in the middle of the night and I'm like, it's fine, I'm going back to sleep. Not last week. And so I was like no sleep last week. And I'm like packing to move. I got fall shit I gotta do. And it's just like non-stop. Go. And so this weekend I got some rest. And I was able to actually rest up. Like I needed rest. And I spent a lot of time this weekend doing some stuff that I was not focused on work, like at home or anything either. I took care of myself for a little bit, so I got some rest this weekend, and I'm talking to this trader the past 15 minutes or so, and we were discussing like what do we expect from here, and I was like, you know what? I was like, I don't want to fucking tell me what you guys think about this. I'm asking you guys. So I was like, I don't want to fight hard for money this week. I was like, I feel really tired. I was like, I don't want to fight for money. I was like, I don't like the idea of fighting for trading 590 from 585 or even 580. I was like, if I don't get a low that I want, I don't really want to trade it. I was like, it reminds me of trading a holiday rally like late November into December 31st, where you can kind of. I'm sorry, I got to check this. I'm in a long trade now. I got to check this fucking thing and see. Like I don't like when we get into this price action to me reminds me of the holiday rally, and I usually get fed up with it. I make it like a week, and I'm like, fuck this. Here's $100,000. Here's fucking some call spreads. I'll date them for January 5th, and I'll be here on Christmas Eve for a print. And I'm always telling myself, like, if I can get the print before Christmas Eve, I'm not going to fucking stream. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to exit. And they make me stay in the trade to the bitter fucking end, like 4 o'clock on fucking not even Christmas. They do it to New Year's. Like, it's like New Year's fucking day before New Year's Eve. Like 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I can finally close the goddamn trade out. And meanwhile, I like sit in this trade, but I don't have to trade like the grind higher trade. Like you're just not dealing with the grind higher. You're just like boom in, boom, close it out. Even if you're waiting until the last day of the year. And so we're talking about it today, and we're talking about like looking for a weekly trade, right? And is it just like straight calls? And I was like, I didn't get a fill in weekly calls today. And I'm like, I don't even know if I want fucking weekly calls. Like I was talking to him and I'm like, I want like not a super low, but I want like, I want a fucking low. Like I either want a fucking low and I want to put a call spread on, not even deal with it this week. Just like boom in the money call spread and not dick with it all week long. And I was like, I'm not chasing price. I'm like, I'm not going to fucking chase price all week long, and I'm not going to chase 0 dates and 1 dates, hold overnights, all that kind of nonsense. And I really don't care if price goes up. I was like, I just don't care. Like, I don't know if I'm just tired. Well, I'm not tired right now. I got tons of rest. I just don't want to get tired again. I just want to like slam the easy button and not have to care about it for the rest of the week. And I think the more we grind, the more I feel like that. Do you guys feel like that, or am I the only one that feels like that? Isn't wheat coming out of I thought wheat was coming out of season right now. I thought wheat was coming out of season, isn't it? Am I wrong on that? Yeah, wheat's out of season, dude. We're supposed to be in season for wheat? I thought wheat was I just looked. Yeah, I just looked. You got winter wheat crop too. But it's not in season, is it? Like it should do okay, but I don't think it's in season for like, and seasonality was off this year in wheat, wasn't it? I thought it was like delayed by 3 or 4 weeks or something. Oh, we just got busted by Bork. Bork just busted us. We're in trouble. Everybody run. We just got busted in the we just got busted. Bork just came in and busted us. The fuck you guys doing in here? So I was just thinking, well, so I'm talking to this trader friend of mine. I don't want to say who it is. You guys know who he is, but we're just chatting, and I'm like, I'm tired. I'm fucking tired. I'm like, I don't want to fucking do this all week. I'm like, I just want to I want some volatility. To be honest, I want some, like the good part about so we're in positive gamma right now. Let me explain this better, you guys. Like we're in positive gamma, right? If you go into negative gamma, you can buy a fucking dip, right? And it just fucking rips, like moves, like it doesn't do this nonsense. Like the grind higher, it just like moves, and you're like getting a good print. You're out the same day, and everybody's fucking happy. You're like, woo, yeah, baby. This is great. Didn't have to work hard. Didn't have to fucking worry in an overnight. Like so all the trading's changed. You can't like when you're like getting these nice, like when you get a seriously good dip, you don't have to wait. You don't, there's like this market, you don't have to do anymore like a monthly call. Like your monthly call hits in like a day or 2, 3 days. Like you just do fucking 1 dates, 2 dates, 0 dates, and you're rock and roll. You're making bank. Yeah, wheat's a summer thing into the beginning of September, I think. Then you get the winter. I think it's a hard wheat, right? We grow wheat on our family ranch.
Expecting the results of the Fed.
We do a winter crop too there. Grinding higher now, trading back into support on SPX. We've got a target to this upside on the 30-minute trigger. A little bit more to go. Cresting it right now. There's something to be watching closely here. We're tagging it right now. The SPX support is SPX 55, or at least the bar is right. Just to be a little more exacting, it's like right here. This is that SPX 5550, like right there. Starting to squeeze higher right now. There's a big question here. Like, so just so you know, that you're looking for, it's like sellers can be in control still, even if we trade above. They can just use that for liquidity to send us down.
61.
So you're not out of the woods yet if you're a bull. You want to see, if you're a bull, you want to see a squeeze higher. And then you want to start seeing new highs to be getting bullish on the week. You do want to be paying close attention, though, if you're a bull, to price action here. You don't want to see an automatic rejection. You don't want to see, you want to see like the squeeze above. You don't want to be seeing any like death fucking candles here, any of that kind of stuff. If you do see that, you'd be looking for more major downside for the rest of the week. The bears to get themselves a week in the market. What else? I think that's it. Just watch price action in here, and this should give you some kind of insight, or begin to give you insight into the rest of the week. Or at least do we get it down Tuesday or not? Or if it's just grind higher, come down, grind higher, come down, same price action bullshit as last week. Woo! So this action here should tell you a lot. Should tell you a lot as to what to expect the rest of the week. Yep, sorry, I gotta go back and check this really quick. Yeah, bull's taking a little bit off here, or at least call buying's gone down since 12 o'clock. Bulls stopped buying at 12 p.m. Bears trying to buy tons of, yes, watch this right now. Bears buying more and more puts here. Man, sellers, man. Whew. Sellers getting stinky. Dealers don't want to pay any of the options out there. Horrible, horrible. Spreads are the way. I think spreads are going to be the way from here on out. I don't think I'm going to buy. So we were having a conversation, and I was like, I think I'm just going to buy fucking spreads. Like, debit spreads are awesome in these like where we are right now. What's really cool about debit spreads is if you're going to trade like an event, and you like try to capture the like if we trade 5,900 and we get that. If we trade 5,900 or we get that FOMO trade, you get this like premium kick on the back end of the trade. Like, calls are cheap up there. They're so fucking cheap up there. I haven't devised this trade yet, but I keep thinking about it. So, like, if you get all of tech if all of tech ends up printing, right, and you get that FOMO trade where you get call expansion to the upside, like the structure of a debit spread should print stupid. Even if we roll down, it won't matter. You'll get a monster, like the mechanics of that trade. I'm hoping for like a down Tuesday to put the trade on. See if I can see this here. We look at a monthly earnings calendar here. Give me a second. Is that current or no? I want something better than that. Tools. Past week. That's past 2 weeks, maybe. Well, past month. Monthly earnings calendar. I fucking hate these earnings calendars. They fucking suck. Nope. Some sellers coming in on this gamma bar. Is that right now? Is that current? Nope, that's not current. I guess I'm gonna fucking do this by myself. Sorry, I'm swearing. I'm gonna have to do this whole earnings calendar thing, not the weekly, but the monthly calendar by myself. October 2024, maybe. October 24. Nope. Let's visit this site and see what they say. Oh, come on, dude. Reject all cookies. Let's see. Monday the 21st. Yeah, it's like the 28th. This is crazy, too. So on October 28th, 29th, and 30th and 31st, we've got the start of volatility. The first, second, and third, we have volatility. We have like data at the same time that we get all these huge reports. Google is on the 28th. We're gonna go up here or not? God, this is a horrible calendar. This is an awful earnings calendar. I guess I'll do my own. But if you get these great reports, like the back or the bot call side should fucking crank. Like the moment that premium comes in, that like FOMO call buying comes in, and you get that stupid 6,200, 6,300. You don't actually need to stay in the trade. You just capture that call side premium, and then you just sell. Micron shares lower by 2.6% following Wall Street Journal report on China overcapacity and memory chips. SPOO's taking another whack at breaking through 5850. 5-minute triggers coming up right now underneath. Lend some support. You've got a 3-trigger cluster trying to break into the 30-minute trigger. Q's looking pretty bullish here. IWM floating around. DIA looking a little bit stronger. VIX coming back down into its boxiness. VIX doing that big sideways trade. Bam, 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 bam. Did the same thing up here and then collapsed. Dixie strong still. HYG more upside to maybe 79.65. Tesla parked on its monthly trigger, deciding if it wants to go higher or not, living and dying by the sword on its ER and the election. TLT still blooding to the downside. Bears revenge selling right now. Yeah, I have a feel. I'm telling you guys, like, I have a feel like that. Like, I was pretty bearish in a 25 right now. Like, I've been pretty bearish in a 2025, and if we fucking spend our way out of that shit, like, if they don't cut rates. Oh man. Inflation. They just start pumping money. Like, they've been, like, just start keep printing money. Fucking. Everybody's making $50 an hour. Everybody's fucking paying $5,000 in rent. Fucking everything. That means stock market's cheap. Like, stock market is cheap. There is an argument for it there. I mean, there is an argument. There's an argument for like a soft landing. You'd have to send like unemployment's like below zero, but it's possible. It's possible. Demand would still be there. If demand is still there, people still pissing away money. Maybe you get like Trump threatening tariffs, but he doesn't actually do them. You give all these like a select few companies. You don't like you give them a waiver on tariffs. There's a needle there. There is a fucking needle there. But talk about a grift. Like, it's a fucking grift. Like, it's a fucking grift. It really is. It's a total grift if they did it like that. I'll keep trying to like think this thing through, and I'm like sweetheart deals for like all of your like fucking Mag 7 companies. Meanwhile, small companies get bent the fuck over. You'd have like a concentration too. It would be insano. Like, you'd have just like Mag 7, just like it would carry the entire fucking market. It would be stupid and filthy and gross. Ugh. Like, looking at it from that perspective, it'd be like selling the whole country down the river. Like, all of your small and medium-sized companies that manufacture overseas would get annihilated. You'd create like mega corporations, and you couldn't break them up either, could you? If you had sweetheart deals with them, this is like right in the face of breaking up these companies, like Google breaking them up. You can't break them. They got a fucking sweetheart deal. Like, fucking, like Google would start fucking manufacturing all kinds of shit. You have like Google computers and shit, and Google phones. Like, like I'm trying to. Past weekend, I've been trying to wrap my head around that. Like, it would be bizarre. Like you threaten like China with all these tariffs and shit. Maybe you follow through with them. You give sweetheart deals to like Apple, Tesla. It'd be fucking insano. I mean, what do? Do you like order too many parts from China and then sell your surplus to American companies? It sounds so fucking fucked up and sketchy. Like that whole Apple deal, like that shit was wild. It's wild. It's absolutely wild. Yeah, you're not getting those manufacturing plants here for the next few years, bud. That shit ain't happening. Sorry. You can dream on that shit. Keep talking that Tesla robot shit to me. I ain't listening to any of it. I'm sorry. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear like robots are taking over this week or pricing that shit in this week because you're long on Tesla or something. I don't care. Like I need that a little bit closer in time. Like when you price that stuff in, it's about 5 or 6 years, and I don't think we're 5 or 6 years away. I think we're like if it's good, maybe 10 years. Like your best case scenario is 10 years. I think it's even farther out, like 20, 30 years, maybe even 50. Trying to price that in right now, I think it's lunacy. Even if Tesla stock goes up, I don't think you're getting that pricing in that we're expecting, like that robotics pricing in. I don't see it. Like life-changing robotics replacing people. Like I think you're gonna get edged on that for like another 5 years. I think that's way down the road. I know that's the talk right now. Let's price it in. I get it. But that's not. Keep regurgitating it. Tesla getting hammered right now while we regurgitate that shit. No offense. You keep regurgitating it though. I don't see it. There's other problems there too. Like there's like problems with people getting maimed, people getting fucked up. There's like do you want them in your home? People think they want robots in their home too. I'm like, I don't think you want them in your home either. You want like a robot sitting in the corner monitoring, and then you find out in the terms of service that it's watching you fuck your boyfriend or something. It's bizarre as fuck too. There's like a bunch of bizarre shit there, like like monitoring your home life, what you do in your own home. That's bizarre. Like you think like you want a robot in your house. Think about being monitored 24 hours a day. It doesn't sound good. And then like taking over manufacturing, a robot walking down the hallway pins you in a door somewhere. Like I don't know. Get caught in a servo, it cuts your fucking finger off. I think we'll get there. I just don't think we're there yet. I think like the reality of it is, and all those robots are still tethered. Like I think we're there. Or I don't think we're there. I think we'll get there. I just don't think it's pricing that shit in the stock market. It's like a 5-year pricing in, and I don't think we're there yet. I look forward to it. I agree that it's going to happen. I just don't think it's now. I think tempering that and I'll tell you something else too. I'm a longtime Tesla investor. I said that shit about Tesla cars for years too, because I've been there. Like I've been there wanting to price Tesla in, and you know what I did? We fucking traded sideways for years, and it sucked. And we would literally get banned from communities because it's like the cars are like the robots, the EV cars like the robots. You say it over and over and over, and you eventually get shut off. People just cut you off, and then 5 years later they start pricing it in. I think that's the same kind of thing. It's very similar to that. So whenever I hear like we're gonna price robots in right now, I'm like, no, bro. I bet you didn't price in cars with me. You know what it was like pricing in cars? I bled. My eyes bled. It's the worst experience of my life. watching fucking leaps just fucking burn while I drank the Kool-Aid. God. I'd rather just take the trade when it's there, when we're actually pricing in robots. They'll just do other shit until we get to the point of pricing them in and join in then. So many other things I can be doing. We'll know it. When we start pricing in robots, you're going to fucking know it. It's just like pricing in AI. They're going to tell you. You'll start seeing price move. Until then, eventually, I guarantee it, eventually the robot crowd is going to get banned. Not here. I just mean in general. All these like social media, like ban that guy, ban that guy. Been talking about it for 3 years. There's that 5850. I think you also need like the AI stuff to come off a little bit. Like the AI, like you need like the AI trade to come down a little bit, cool that trade off. I mean, the AI trade was, remember when the AI trade started, when it started, people were like, oh, it's just a fad, bro. It'll be dead in 3 months. Fuck no, it just kept going for kept going and going and going. Like once the robotics trade starts, there'll be plenty of time. Plenty of time. The rest of it's just misery and regurgitation. Same with EV cars in the olden days. I feel like an old man now. Back in the olden days when they were pricing in EVs. Now it's the robotics trade. Bro, they replace workers, bro. Pricing it in right now. I'm like, fuck you, they are. Get fucked. Fucking goddamn. Like robotics trade. We're still in the AI trade. Spy still pinned in. Let me move this over. Just holding SPY on the hourly trigger on the gamma bar at 5850. Q's looking sexy. IWM is still limping along. DIA looked pretty good for a minute. Not so good. VIX 9-day looks like it wants to blood a little bit. Might get a squeeze here. HYG looking good. Tesla still dogging right now. The robotics trade, bro. I don't even like the Tesla robots, like the way they look. No, I should rephrase that. We rephrase the robotics trade with Tesla. I don't like the robots that look human. They look very uncanny valley, but I like the direction of those robots versus the direction of the Tesla robot. I think the Tesla robot's going to look janky once those uncanny valley robots look human. Like who wants to fuck a Tesla robot? Like, let's be honest. People are out there saying robots are going to be the future. I don't want to fuck a Tesla robot. I don't want to fuck a human-looking robot. Even though they look weird as fuck right now. I think that's the path, though. I think the path is still like a robot that looks. I think that's more accepted too. I think if you want acceptance of robots, there's like a humanness to it. There's an argument going on about that right now too. There's this one guy building robots out of his garage, and he's saying, "Don't do that." He's like, "Keep them looking like a tool, so that you don't ever accept them." But I think like the greed of companies are going to want robots to look more human. So that you accept them more, like you have more of a connection to them and you trust them more, even though they look fucked up right now. Like I look at the human robots, I'm like, oh no, that ain't working. But I think that's more forward progress than the Tesla bot. I think when you if you go like 10, 20, 30 years down the road, And if you're looking at like the classic, not classic, but like the like that, like the classic like robot looking bot. I don't think that's the future. I think the future is something that looks more human. And I think it's greed based. Let's be honest. I'm not gonna lie about. I'm not saying that I'm gonna fuck a robot. But let's be honest. What is most of the internet today? What is most of the internet? It's sex, right? That's what it is, right? Let's call it what it is. Most of the internet traffic today is porn, right? What are you guys spending money on the internet? You know what that is, right? OnlyFans. You guys spend money on OnlyFans. Like, you look at like how much money is spent on OnlyFans and like internet services. It's insane. You guys spend big on OnlyFans. It's like the new porn. So yeah, I mean, it's a no fucking brainer. It's a no. They sell, like, people sell sex, right? In one form or another, they sell sexy. They sell sexy cars. They sell sexy trucks. They sell sexy clothes. They sell sexy everything. So like you're utilitarian robot. That ain't gonna. I'll make that prediction right now. There's no way that lasts. Like that, utopian robot is never gonna sell like a human robot. It isn't. Dude, it isn't. All your like basement dwelling incel boys, like no one's having sex. Kids aren't having sex today. They'll be pounding robots.
Fed's Kashkari says arise.
You guys won't even get married.
On the margin.
You guys won't even have boyfriends and girlfriends. Have a sex bot. No, honey, it's not a sex bot. You'd be cheating on your wives and husbands and shit with the sex bot. Getting handies and shit.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of financial.
I know what you guys want. They actually have robots. They have like robotics at these like sex shows. I used to post memes on this shit. They do it with like VR and stuff. These guys are over there like fucking banging pillows and shit. Like fucked up. Japan's like, we're all in over here. Yeah. Like Japan's like, send us sex bots right now. I don't think the future is like the like Tesla robot. They have a place, but some dude's gonna be looking at the Tesla bot and then looking at an actual like humanoid looking bot and going, fuck that. I'm getting the human looking bot. Then tell all his friends that he's not banging it. There's some company's gonna pop up and be like, there's a way that your friends and family can't tell that you're banging the sex bot at home. Can't even think about this shit that's gonna be sold. A VPN for your sex bot to never repeat what it did with you last night in the closet. Yeah. Winscribe for sex bots. You have companies trying to put in like keyloggers. Your wife will be putting keyloggers in your sex bot. Apple phones are like tied into your sex bot. So like you have the family share plan and your child finds out you're banging the sex bot. Oh boy. I'm telling you guys. Kashkari, a rise in budget deficit would mean that interest rates would be higher on the margin. Let's talk about, oh, that's real, right? Let me think about it. That's what it's always been. Like, we're all like righteous right now, but they always ruin it. All good. It's called the enshittification of shit, right? We enshitify everything. They tell you, like, they sweet talk you. It's gonna be great. Don't worry about it. We're not gonna do this, and then they enshittify it. So it's like big sweet talking. What's this? Port 58. That's right here. Sorry about that. That's right here. SPOO's grinding higher right now. Sellers screaming. Angry right now. Might get a squeeze out of this. Just keep grinding higher, grinding higher. Watch out for a squeeze. At least to the 10:30 hour. I think that's right where this is right here. Somewhere in there. Right about there. Or at least that's what they're attempting, some kind of a squeeze to right about here. Wherever that little green box is right there. Somewhere in there. I can't figure it out exactly, but it's somewhere right there. Either now or by close, like that green box right there is the target. Yeah, I think robots are like, I'm getting old. Like, I'm too old. If you're young, I'm too old. I've seen this story 50 fucking times. Like every 10 years. I swear we're not doing this. And then they do. Right? But this will only be $1 every month. We won't charge us. We'll never have ads. We'll never do this. We'll never do that. And they enshittify it. So even the Tesla robot, I would expect at some point would become human or look more like a human, not like that, the look that it has. Now I'm thinking about it even more. Like, I think about this stuff sometimes. Like, there'll be like people like, we're gonna get a housekeeper. Can't be good looking. It's got to be the Tesla bot. There's no way we're gonna have a handsome guy or a handsome woman in the house, honey. Honey, we just joined the Apple family plan. I would never do that to you. I can't connect with that robot. Yeah. Let's keep killing that premium, baby, so we can go higher. Keep killing that premium. It's real. Like, you know. Look at honey. My son doesn't even like the robot that looks like the Tesla bot. He wants his mammy. He wants to drink milk out of the robot's breasts. No, not me. This my son does. Bunch of fucking sickos. With self-cleaning. Nice, Coco. With self-cleaning. Robo milk. Chocolate milk, strawberry milk, warmed up milk, cold milk, ice cold milk. Put masochists. Fucking savages. Well, like a whole swath of people from Utah die because they got raw milk. Listeria outbreak with robots. Recall a bunch of robot boobs. I do not look forward to the future right now. Oh, God. A robot that actually puts the dishes in the dishwasher. You think you got all you guys think you've got it made right now. You wait, your wives will be the biggest fucking they'll be finally have a husband that does what they want him to do. The most basic shit. Oh, look, honey, the robot picked your shit up. The wife will be falling in love with a robot. Sorry, I'll stop. Yeah, exactly. Look, honey, the robot knows where the G-spot is. You couldn't fucking figure that out for 20 fucking years. So terrible. While you're out with the boys hunting. Uh-oh, Spoo's starting to squeeze right now. Watch out, Bears. Shit, I gotta sell my puts now. Oh, dude, that's where I'm at. The Feedomatic 5000. I'm in. Like a back rut, dude, like a masseuse. Oof. Oh man, like I think I picked the massage that you want. I'm down with that shit. Like I would buy a robot today if I could get like if I get a massage bot, just massage. I'd be down. That would be fucking super down. A sauna, hot tub, wood burning fire pit or a fireplace and massage bot. Oh, I can feel it right now. Like a legitimate one, not sex bot. Like yeah, I wouldn't even want the happy ending, just like a massage. That would be a killer, man. Especially to forget me, like I've worked hard in my life. I had like periods I've worked hard. I was flipping houses and I was doing it myself. So I have some experience with hard labor. If you were a laborer and you had a massage bot, ooh, that'd be life changing, right? If you were like an actual like hard worker, on your feet all day long, come home and your dog comes up and just wants to cuddle, and the bot just comes over and starts rubbing your feet. Oh man. They got like warm hands and they like squirt out a little bit of lotion. Like a little squirt of like your favorite lotion. I bet you could start like
Fed's cash cards.
Start buying websites now like sexbotlotion.com, massagebotlotion.com. A bunch of those are like $2 right now. Yeah, massagebot.com. I know there's someone at home right now going, fuck that, I'm buying that shit right now. I'm going to hold on for the next 20 years. Some guy on this chat told me that robots are going to take over in the next 3 years. We should price it in. I might as well get the websites right now. Massagebot.com. Botlotion.com, lotionbot.com. All right, SPY trading above 58.50. We're now sitting on the half-hour trigger on SPX. Let's find out what happens here. You just start fucking around over here trading sideways, or do we start moving higher? That half-hour trigger, same place as the same place on both SPX and SPY. Yeah. Think about that. Like, I bet you could start buying all those. I bet you could spend a grand or about $1,000 on a bunch of different robot .coms and just every year buy another $1,000, another $1,000, and I bet you a bunch of those would be worth some money. I'm not lying when I say that. I'm being serious. I'd probably have to hold them for 10, 20 years, but I would make it like I would, just like we're talking about massage being something that people would really want. Like cleaning, food, something like food. Like think about anything domestic, like or anything that you want domestically, like cooking, cleaning, child rearing. What else would a bot do? Anything in the yard work, like yardworkbot.com, landscapingbot.com, robotlandscaping.com, like any of that shit. I'd be searching all those things. Anything domestically, and even more importantly, stuff that anything that is like, that's the one. Like, the deal with robots is they have to be able to do more than that is easy for a human to do or replace. Like, you want to replace shit like doing the dishes, like cleaning, like things that take a lot of work, right? Like, robots have to replace certain things that you don't want to do, or you pay a lot of money to get access to, right? Why go to the massage for $150 and a tip when you can have the robot and it'll pay for itself within a year? Yeah. I would bet that's like some of the, because the .com bust was like that, or bubble. And then even in 2008, same thing went on. People were buying up websites like crazy. I bet robotics websites are still available for dirt cheap. Like robo this, robo that, robo this, robo that, robo this, robots or bots, any of those combinations. Yeah, it does. Yeah, you need that value. You need that value proposition for those things. We'll save you all this money rather than hiring a housekeeper, hiring or doing or preparing your food and blah blah blah, massage and doing your yard work for you, and on and on and on and on. Like, I'd be thinking about it in all kinds of things. Like there should be like robots for moving, right? You have robots to pack your house for you, spring cleaning, fall cleaning bot.com, all that shit. Like, think about services that you use every so often, once or twice a year, like gutterbot.com. Like, gutters are a big one, right? Snowshovelingbot.com or whatever, snowremovalbot.com. Robo snow removal. You just start squatting on all those websites. These fucking dealers, man. We need some events. Oh, I need to reopen that. I closed the wrong one. Or there we go. Guess I'm not getting any work done again today. Twitter's a shit show. we've all been deleting our accounts. A matter of fact, I'm going to keep my Twitter account. It's going to become more automated. I was looking at Blue Sky. Did you guys see Blue Sky is like booming again? Blue Sky is like, and it's open to the public now. I think you can. I think anyone can join Blue Sky now. For like personal Twitter account, check out Blue Sky. I have a private. I got a handle on Twitter that nobody knows about. I got a handle that I don't delete on. I think most people I know are deleting Twitter. I'm like one of all my friends. I'm maybe of my like real true Twitter friends. 2/3 of them have either deleted their accounts or abandoned or deleted all. They've either deleted all their tweets, they've abandoned Twitter, or they're not even on there. Or they're there but with no presence anymore. At least 2/3 of my friends. Most of the people that I know on Twitter are using it only for information, but not community right now. It's like they'll stay there to like read news or financial stuff or whatever they're into, but they're not. There's no way that none of my friends maybe 1/3 of my friends are still there for the community. Like the community part of it, at least 1/3 of them, or at least 2/3 of them are gone from FinTwit or from Twitter, just Twitter in general. If you go and search Blue Sky right now in the news, so Twitter's hemorrhaging a lot of people right now. The past month, the hemorrhaging is insane. You can just Google search it. Blue Sky is like number 1 or number 2 or 3 most downloaded app right now, and I guess people are leaving
says we
Threads as well.
Recession. We saw signs of the labor market weakening. That's why the Fed cut by 50 basis points.
I think Threads is
break on the economy.
Threads is acting a lot more like Reddit, where you get the ban hammer quickly. So like people are leaving Threads, they're leaving X supposedly, and there's a big migration going on right now to Blue Sky. Now I don't know if it ever takes over or not. I doubt it does. That's the one thing that if Twitter has one fucking amazing thing about it, even to this day, it's breaking news, breaking data. It's good for people to test ideas out on Twitter to implement somewhere else. It's like Twitter's good for that shit still. It's still the leader and all that stuff. The only thing that I notice personally is that literally 2/3 of my friends have either full on deleted their account, they've abandoned it, or they've abandoned it and just check it for like data, news, stuff like that, breaking stuff. Or they've deleted their presence. They're still there, like they still own the account, but they've deleted everything. Only 1/3 of my friends. That's it. And it's been going on for a period of time. I didn't want to say it started maybe a year ago, but it's ramping right now.
Fed's Kashkari says resilience makes me wonder if the neutral rate is higher.
Yeah, it's all good, short seller. I missed this trade down here for weekly calls. I didn't get the price that I wanted. We're doing good. I didn't get call. I want to buy some calls. I wanted an extra like 10-cent discount. Didn't get it. I'm in some zero dates right now. 0-8 calls here. I'm trying to get out of them right now. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. But yeah, we're making bank, bro. We're making good money. Just gonna try to send it lower here. Hold on here. Turn this one green. It's 207 right now.
Fed's Kashkari says evidence of quick labor market weakening could lead to faster rate cuts. And right now I see modest cuts over the next quarters.
Do you want to
Where
stay up to date with
is
the latest
6
and be on the
p.m.?
reviews for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Where's 3 o'clock? Yeah, 2:30, right? Somewhere in there. Is that what they say? Blue Twitter refugee? I've had an account since I got an invite when they were private. I opened an account on Blue Sky. I haven't been over there. I made the account in case Twitter shut down. I was afraid of Twitter like fucking literally closing. So I use Blue Sky as like a fallback.
Kashkari says it's been surprising that geopolitics hasn't had more impact on oil.
Yeah, I don't know how long I've had my Blue Sky handle. I went there once and it was really quiet. I don't really want to go there if it's still quiet. I'll log. You know what I'll do? I'll log in tonight. I'll make a post. I'll ask the question if people feel like it's doing well. Yeah, I wouldn't be like doing the FinTwit refugee or nothing. I use it as like a fallback. If Twitter ever goes down, I'm assuming Blues. Well, you guys gotta remember. Hold on a second here. I mean, the Twitter refugee could mean different things. So, like, the founder of Twitter founders of Twitter was, of course, Jack Dorsey, but Biz Stone, Noah Glass, Evan Williams. And then I think Jack Dorsey had a hand in Blue Sky, but he just left, I thought, too. Let me just check. Yeah, so Jack Dorsey created Blue Sky. So that could also be part of, like, you know, the Jack Dorsey fan base, not necessarily like we don't like Elon anymore. But I think he left. Let me check. Did Jack Dorsey leave? Blue Sky. I thought he left the board. He left Blue Sky board on Saturday, May 10th, 2024. The reason for him leaving, Dorsey said he left because Blue Sky was literally repeating all the mistakes Twitter made as a company. He also, so I don't know if you can assign this to like Democrats. He also said that Blue Sky was too focused on the app layer and that Blue Sky Public Benefit Corporation was too slick of a business. So like Twitter's gone through different phases, hasn't it? Or I thought that it has over the years. Blue Sky's response. Blue Sky thanked Dorsey for his help funding and initiating the project, and they said they were searching for a new board member. It's now an independent public benefit corporation led by CEO Jay Graber. Yeah, so he's not even a member of Blue Sky anymore. So I don't know that it would. I don't know if it would be considered. Maybe I'm wrong here. I could be fucking wrong on this. I have no fucking idea. Like I don't hang out on Blue Sky. I just know that Blue Sky is booming right now. Here, let me just check out. Let me read the news to you. Blue Sky surges into the top. This is 3 days ago. Blue Sky surges in the top 5 as exchanges blocks. Oh, that's the other thing. I forgot about that. So Twitter changes its block functionality. You can't block people anymore. Now I don't. So I have a lot of spam in my posts. I get like I don't know, join this or join that, or I made $1 bazillion doing this or $1 bazillion doing that. And let me see if I can show you guys that. $1 bazillion doing this, made $1 bazillion doing that. And when I report the spam, it asks if I want to block them too. So I hit the block button. I haven't looked. I wanted to look and see if they will actually block those accounts or not, like the spam on Twitter. But they're assigning it right now to the non-blocking. I'll read this to you. Social network startup Blue Sky, which just reported a gain of 500,000 users over the past day, has now soared into the top 5 apps in the U.S. App Store and has become the number 2 app in social networking category, up from number 181 a week ago. That's pretty big, right? Number 181 to number 5, according to data from app intelligence firm AppFigures. The growth is entirely organic. We understand as AppFigures confirmed the company is not running any App Store search ads. In addition, the growth is not limited to the U.S. market either. A number of countries are showing 4-digit growth in downloads compared to last Wednesday, leading Blue Sky to enter the top 10 countries like Japan, Thailand, Taiwan, Hong Kong, Canada, South Korea, Singapore. That's all delayed on Google Play. Apps growth on Google Play is delayed. Indications are that it's rising there too. As to what's driving the surge, there are likely several factors working in combination. Can you guys see that price action there? All right. So as to what's driving the surge, there are likely several factors working in combination. On X, users are understandably upset over the company's decision to change how block function operates. So I don't know if that's all political, right? You can't claim that's political. It's kind of creepy. If you're like for not being able to block like a stalker or something, it's kind of creepy. Soon users with public accounts can have their X posts viewed by anyone, including those they've blocked. Unlike before, blocked users will only be prevented from engaging with those posts by liking, replying, and reposting, for instance. That introduces a safety issue for many who use the platform but face harassment and abuse, and for some it was the final straw. In addition, X updated its terms of service and policy this week, giving it the right to share. Oh, yikes. In addition, X updated its terms of service, TOS, and privacy policy this week, giving it the right to share X user data with third parties, including those companies developing AI models. That's a big one. X may also still be feeling the effects from earlier this year from the Brazil ban, though lifted, which saw some active users from that region making the shift to Blue Sky, possibly pulling their followers with them. Plus, Blue Sky could be benefiting from the moderation issues plaguing Threads. I read this part, issues plaguing Threads, which saw users getting their accounts banned or their posts downranked for no reason. Meta had partially attributed the problem to internal software used by Threads moderators. I always like how like Reddit shits on all the moderators. That's a very nice way of saying mods were banhammering people that didn't like. In any event, X isn't yet feeling the impacts of the changes, adding 17,000 downloads between Tuesday and Thursday. However, the app is no longer in the U.S. App Store's top 10, now sitting at number 29. So Twitter used to be in the top 10, now it's at number 29. The Elon Musk-owned app is seeing a mild downward trend, app figure says, but this is in line with the entire news category in the U.S. App Store being down 8.4% this year. Blue Sky has seen big surges before, including when it opened its doors to the public after a long invite-only phase, and more recently when Brazil banned X, driving 500,000 new users to the social network being startup over the first 2 days of the ban, and more in the days that followed. After this publication, Blue Sky announced it had added 1 million new subscribers, driving its total user count to over 12 million. That's still smallish. I had someone give me some not facts, but estimates as to how many active users versus bots and dead accounts on Twitter. It was in the hundreds of millions, I think. Don't quote me on that. They have billions of users, but it's like, I swear they said like 500 regular users, 500 million. I could be wrong on that. Don't quote me on that. I'd have to check that, but Google looks like it wants to moon next if you haven't traded Google yet. Apple's cranking as well, and they're talking about NVDA cranking. Hedge funds went long the last 3 weeks of those companies. We got Google, Apple. We should see a rotation in the rest of the tech once we're done with this. Watch rotation once they're done with those three companies. It's a total ghost town mostly. Decent art, community resources. Lots of people just whistling in the wind over there still. Yeah. I look at it as, it's weird. Like I still partake. I still spend a little bit of time on Reddit. I still do a lot of reading on Reddit. Reddit is hard for me too. I find Reddit as difficult as X. Reddit does a lot of like X does a lot of like political stuff that I don't necessarily care to hear or see. I see a lot of really negative stuff on Twitter and some real nasty shit that's like like gross. And then when I read Reddit, I feel like they do a lot of astroturfing on Reddit. And so I have a hard time with both social media. I'm like, I'm an old school I used to like Yahoo message boards back in the day, Fark, Dig, a couple others before that, but I can't recall what they were called anymore. I was like early Reddit adopter. I thought Reddit was great for a long, long, long time. It was amazing. I was never a Twitter user. I never liked Twitter. I don't know why I never got into Twitter. I only went to Twitter after Reddit, like the last change Reddit went through. I left. I was like, fuck this. Like the astroturfing in Reddit just got brutal. So I joined Twitter, and I think I was there at Twitter for at least before the big changes happened at Twitter. What's my take on Twitter these days? I think I'm in the camp of using it for mostly news and stuff. It's very utilitarian for me now, in its current form. But Reddit's very similar for me too. Like I have
by many measures
limited
savings
interactions with Reddit. Like I hang out on Reddit for my local subreddit. There are a few, even the smaller subs now on Reddit are becoming regurgitation factories. That's the biggest thing that I've noticed recently. That people are coming from the main subreddits and they're pulling the regurgitation shit on these small subs, and I'm like, I can't do that. Like, if you can't give me an organic conversation, I'm out. Really, truly out. And they're doing it in my Detroit subreddit too. There's blowback still in my Detroit subreddit. Like, to keep that shit on the main page. I don't want to fucking hear you. There's some of that still goes on.
Cash Curry says lower credit score borrowers delinquencies are climbing. On average, consumers seem like they are doing fine.
Dude, I don't think they should be pushing those cuts thing, man. I don't think we're getting cuts. You need some Crayola wisdom. I'm looking for a dip to buy. I was looking earlier today, didn't find it. I'm looking for Tuesday maybe for a low to buy if I can get one. If you want to know, I tried to buy one this morning, but they didn't come in my price range, so I got left behind. The brief last night talked about longing tech. Hedge funds are longing tech. Do you want me to read it to you? We're going to read the exact verbiage to you, or I don't know. I think the trade's already been done. Come on, send it down, baby. Send it down. Go on down. Go on down. Keep on going. Oh, shit. Come on, more. Dude, is this leaving me behind another fucking day? This is the same shit as last Friday. I'm like not paying attention. You know what? I'm getting fucking pissed here. I'm over here reading fucking chats rather than taking trades. God damn it. Oh, fuck me again.
Kashkari says monetary policy's role in bringing down inflation was probably mainly in anchoring inflation.
I'm about to rage here.
Not on reducing demand.
Slam it down one more time. No, nope. Do not leave me behind. No. Nope. Come on back. Come on down. No. I'm going to fucking swear here. Like, I missed the trade on Friday. That was fucking epic. I'm missing it again right now. Oh, come back, come down again. Come on down. Not paying attention. Oh, this is frustrating. Oh, fuck. These are like beautiful dips right here. Oh. Come on back down. Come on back down. Get some more zero dates. Please, please come back down. Don't be done. Come on down. Come on down. I gotta fucking get in that fucking chain. Oh, dude, that fucking blows. Oh. There you go. Come on down. Come on down. $229. We'll have an expectation for tomorrow. Usual up into the right. Look for dips on 580 to trade 585, 590. Want to get a nice fat dip for a call spread, for a weekly call spread. Wasn't able to get it earlier this morning. Want to grab one at some point this week. Still no juice for it. What else? Way is still higher as we dick around. God damn. Like, just send it fucking lower.
NYMEX diesel November futures settle at $2.18 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline November futures settle at $2.01 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas November futures settle at $2.31. And NYMEX WTI crude November futures settle at $70.56 a barrel. That's up $1.34 or 1.94%.
Come on down, baby. Come on down. Come on down. I buy this right now. Not yet. Where is Gots to P again. SPX 850. $230 right now. 233. Where's 3 o'clock? 3 o'clock. There's 3:30. This is SPX 50 right here. 58.50. Where is the 1030 bar? There. So far, XPX being it's fucking around and it's hourly trigger right now. I'd like to see a new low if possible. Not yet, but I wonder if I can get this today. I don't know if I can get this today or tomorrow. I'm hoping for like a bloodbath down here. Maybe I gotta wait for Tuesday. I'd also buy a 0 date into the close. I think we're like hemmed in for today. Like I'm assuming that like 9:30 to 10:30 there were call buyers that were getting annihilated. I would assume that they don't allow price to go anywhere higher than right there. And they trash all those call buyers. Call buyers started again down here at 11:30. And price went up, got a nice print to the upside on SPX Gamma. We'll see. So we can get another buy in here. Put buyers in charge right now. No call buyers yet on SPY. Q's looking great right now. IWM still no trade in DIA or IWM. VIX still fucking around sideways here. VIX 9-day up, down, sideways, and around. No decision yet from VIX 9-day. Dixie cranking. HYG parked on its daily trigger. Tesla's trying to come back again. TLT still not bottoming, looking for a low of 91.42. Getting some nice lows, though, on daily velocity on a 30-minute basis. Take a peek at TLT. Keep TLT on your radar as it comes into a low here. Just give me a fucking fat bloodbath. Like, I'm sitting here waiting. I'm ready this time. I'm not fucking around with the chat anymore. Just like, give me a fucking fat red bar down, like big fat, like this bullshit down here. Just like Friday, like big red bar. Whoosh. Come on, baby. Well, like 580, 585 C's for Friday.
Brent crude futures settle at $74.29 a barrel. That's up $1.23 or 1.68%.
$2.44. See if we can get down here. Bam, down there, and then bam, right down there. Get me more lows. TLT trade 92.43 right now. Looking for a target of 91.42. SPX rejecting 58.48. Gamma flip at 58.12. The good news right now is that there's no call buyers on SPY. They're not stepping back in like this morning. Call buyers finally disappearing. Yeah, I don't know if they've disappeared. I think they put their I think that they placed their calls down here for the weeklies. I looked at 7-day options, and they were buying like motherfuckers down here. Like a lot of weeklies came on the market down here. They bought the open and they bought the bottom here. I still think we can get more down into tomorrow. I'd like to see like a pullback to at least the gamma flip, or it'd be even nicer to get down to the daily trigger if possible. But we're not giving up. Like 80 and 82 is the spot. Like we'll talk about this in just a moment here. None of this is bearish. If you want to know, like, is this bearish or anything? Here, we'll do it right now. What time is it? It's 2:48. I'll give you guys an expectation from here if you want it. Some people are asking for actionable. If you read the brief last night, should be all you need. We'll talk about it right now, I guess. Hold on here. So a synopsis of last night's brief is that, according to GS, right, hedge funds bought U.S. tech stocks for the third week in a row. So into about a week ago, maybe sometime last week, there was a discussion about hedge funds aren't long, right? And then last week I said, yeah, you'll see them come out this week and tell you they were getting long the week before. And they're coming out on Friday telling you they're getting long, right? So they've been buying the market. What they're not doing is they don't have exposure in the market in a meaningful way. So they're rotating from sector to sector to sector to sector, right? So hedge funds bought U.S. technology stocks for the third week in a row at the fastest rate in 5 months. There's some charts out there that I've given you guys that show that we're turning up in hedge fund exposure. And we should turn up in more exposure once we get into November for window dressing shit end of the year. Hedge funds have not been long at all. Like they're like least exposure of all time. Anyways, most tech subsectors were bought except for software, which was sold for the first time in 3 weeks. The leading subsectors in terms of value were semiconductor equipment, tech hardware, and communications equipment. Still, technology stocks account for only 16.1% of the overall U.S. net exposure, which tells you that you could see it last week too, right? Like I owned a bunch of stock last week that fucking mooned, right? You take that money off the table when they moon. So you can see the rotation going on in the market, right? And also you're seeing stocks that are year losers. We only have until the 31st to sell out of those for tax loss harvesting. So there are other people out there that want to get that stock as low as possible so they can tax loss harvest those tickers. And you're seeing that rotation take place around the marketplace right now. Let's talk about this really quick as we get into this close. On the other hand, hedge funds have sold U.S. consumer stocks, both discretionary and staples, for the 5th consecutive week, driven entirely by long sales. We haven't seen weakness in those indexes either. I looked over the weekend. We saw a little bit of down, but not a ton in the market. So you're just seeing like rotation pops throughout the marketplace right now. Meanwhile, you see SPY like trading sideways and popping. Qs, you'd expect a little bit more upside potential out of them. You see a little bit of today. See a little bit of it today in, hold on here. Seeing a little bit of it today in pre-markets and inside the market on tickers like Google, Apple, and NVDA, right? And you should see some rotation into the other Mag 7 that I haven't reported yet as well. You should see like almost like a piston driving engine rotate in and out of these stocks and pump them up into their reports. Now, this is something we got to look at here. So we're going to talk about expectations. Like none of these expectations have left. Find a dip that you want to buy is the only thing that I can say here. Don't try to fight it. You just find a low that you like. So let's take a peek at this really quick. Let's go to the trigger screen. And you're like overthinking things here when you don't need to. Went over this in the brief last night too. Let's get rid of all of this here. Don't be thinking about like, let me just make that small. Go to a 4-hour basis here. Just go to a daily basis. This is even easier. You might be like, oh, it's all bearish, we're going to crash, all that kind of nonsense. I want you to think about this from this perspective. We had a push up, right? Big old push up, right? Fairly simple, easy, no brainer, right? Comes back down and they keep buying this. Okay, we're on Monday today. So this is Monday, this is Friday, this is Thursday, this is Wednesday, this is Tuesday, and this is Monday, okay? So just on a daily basis, if you're looking for a dip to buy, and we're still in this range, you have a low right here from last week. Fairly easy, right? It's not hard. This is not rocket science. And so this morning in the chat or in the stream, I was wanting to buy a call spread down here, but it wasn't low enough for me. I wanted it lower. I wanted to like just get down here so I could buy a weekly spread to trade this upside move. Make sense? It's simple. It's not hard. Right? You can say 586.12. We know that 590 is top. We see no FOMO buying at 6,100, 6,200, 6,300, which we need to see to get a roll down. So right now the market is positioned to trade 590. The call wall is right here. We have enough calls at 6,000. We have enough calls at 6,000 to trade this 590. Make sense? Fairly easy. We will not trade this 6,000 ever until we get call development above it. If we get the FOMO trade, let's say we get some development at, I don't know, 62, 6,100, 6,200, we can actually trade lower. If you get that development, let's say we hit this, right, and we kind of come up here and they buy all this, we can actually roll down meaningfully to come back up there later and trade that. That's not what's happening. We don't have this right now. We only have this. So what we do is we grind. Sorry, I got to go potty here. What we do is we end up grinding, right? So this is just a daily basis right now. So let's look at a 4-hour basis. So what would you want to do if you're a bull? Anytime you see that green bar right there, I'll give you the numbers. 579.71, 578.65. But even more so from this, forget this for a minute, this daily basis. Let's look at a 4-hour basis. And let's look at last Friday's close. So this is Friday's close right here, right? And this is where the buyers were on Friday. See where they are on Friday? And you've got not much room to run, right? You got declining, declining, declining. Maybe we can get down there. Bam, get up there. Come on there. Let's see this like declining here, declining, declining, declining. You've got buyers here, major buyers right here. Decline, seller, 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 seller. Corkscrewing, corkscrewing, corkscrewing. Which way are we going? And the buyers are losing their support right here. Do you see that? Like this is the Friday demand. Right, so we kind of have into PM, this 4 p.m. right there. So if we're going to have a bullish week, right, today's Monday, we're going to have a bullish week, the bulls need to be getting up above here to have continuation to the upside into Friday. Does that make sense? If they can't get this continuation into this close today, we go into the Tuesday, right? And the bulls start to lose this. They can lose this down here, and we can look for a turnaround Tuesday trade for the rest of the week. Does that make sense? This is the entire bull thesis right here. This whole thing is the bull thesis to trade this 5,900 or so. Now, if the bulls begin to lose the hourly trigger and can catch new lows, we can actually get a nice move down. Trade that daily trigger and even deeper and get a correction on into the election and stuff. But that's a long way away. You know, if you're talking about trading all this, I'm losing this. I think on Tuesday of last week I showed you this 4-hour.
Treasury 10
Sorry, I got animals like coming in.
Points on the day to 4.81.
I showed you a chart that with a 4-hour basis to the downside into the election, right? There's a lot of room there, right? Like, you know, you got bears screaming crash, and yet we have not given up support, have we? There's a lot of room here for, you know, you want to get your bear on, it's like, it's right there.
Our service for the price of 1 month.
There's no bearishness here. It's just looking for a solid dip. So I see some people in the chat, they're like, what about actionable? You want actionable? It's right here. Get a nice, sexy night. Like, this is where I want to buy a dip. I want to buy a dip right here. A nice spread for the week, or a nice spread right here in the week. Any of those things work for me. So it hasn't happened yet. So, and I missed this one down below here today. I wanted to buy a dip here, weekly call, but it didn't go low enough for me. I wanted that last little fucking bit right there. Let's go to an hourly basis, see what's going on here. So here, this doesn't look too negative to me. Get me more down into Tuesday, please. Get me maybe like turnaround Tuesday or something. So I've got no trades here. There's like 0-day trades in here you can do. But otherwise, not much. There isn't really much here. This all looks supportive to me. So, and this all looks supportive to me as well. It's not good enough. Like, it's not even good enough trading all the way down to this. Like, we can trade all the way down there. I need to see, like, new lows. Below 580, 578. To start getting all bared up. Like serious bearishness. Otherwise, we're just sticking around. That's all this is. Garbage trading. Garbage, 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 garbage. Wait for a nice, sexy low and get a nice little crank out of it. Because what's going on right now is we're doing this bullshit. We don't have enough FOMO in the market. We don't have a commitment of traders to send it lower. Like, we don't have bulls buying stupid fucking calls. We've just got like the grind. That's all it is, grind. So I chased this last week. I made a lot of money, but I didn't get any sleep doing it. So I'm not really interested in it right now. I need like I need something like this. I need like a nice fucking bloodbath and you guys are all crying. Definitely don't like trading this stuff. I don't like trading it. Like, that stuff, just don't like it. So I don't know. Trade it for a minute or two, or 15 minutes, or an hour if you like. But if you want to trade, I don't know what to say to you. The move is still higher, but again, so like into Friday. Here's Friday, right? This only becomes invalidated. This only becomes fucking invalidated unless you get underneath this. That's it. We're going up. Put on a call spread. Make your life easy. I wish I had put on some calls down here, but I got priced out. I was out like 10 cents. I wanted more. Tried to buy some Friday 58s, I think. I was trying to buy 588s. I was trying to buy for Friday. So give me another dip. If you can give it to me on tomorrow down lower, if you can give me like anything down here. Oh, hold on here. I'm doing something here. Anything down here tomorrow, I'll take it. Any of it. Like any of this, I'll buy that. I'll buy that. With like some meaningfulness. Anything like that. And if we start selling, I'll cease being a buyer with new lows down here. Any kind of like new lows down here, I'll stop being a buyer. And I'd be looking for much lower, probably at minimum the daily trigger, and I would really like the weekly trigger if possible, which is 545, 548, somewhere in there, I think. Yeah, 540, 550. I'd be a major buyer down there. But otherwise, no, like the triple top shit doesn't work for me. Like you got the top cap, we got another top, it's going down. Market crash, top of the market, we're never coming back. That doesn't work for me here. This is how you get blown out as a bear. It's just compressing price to go higher. It's just chasing yield. That's it. So move is still higher. No down. You could possibly say something like that. You could possibly give an outlook for tomorrow. Preliminary outlook, just saying you could possibly say if we close negatively, preliminary downside move and tomorrow, and then up here, just like that. Nothing's changed. Just waiting for price to get where I want it, and still don't have it yet. Even on Monday, thought maybe we could get it today, but didn't. So we'll wait. Set sucks. Sucks bad. We lower right now or not? Sorry about that. Here, let me get rid of all this crap. You guys want to see that one more time? Hold on. 1 hour basis. Matter of fact, you don't even need that. Get rid of this for a preliminary expectation into Friday. Same thing. Way is up. You could make a case for that right there. Way is up. No change. No doom. Doesn't make a difference to me. It's still up. Up and to the right. If you're a bear, I need you to get underneath this stuff over here. That doesn't matter to me. Like, this is the entire move right here. You can see it. It's pretty fucking easy to see. And the way is higher, not lower. You have some. And 30-minute velo is on your side right now. You've got some 30-minute velocity on your side here. It's like neutral. It's not even negative. They're trying to find you something here as a bear. Could be an argument made. We're going to go lower tomorrow, hopefully, to buy that dip. If you ever want to see me like buy with passion or whatever, it's always on these lows down here. Always this, always that, always that. Even that I'd buy. But this down here is where I'm trying to get long. It's like garbage. Give me a major correction or at least a major low. 306, maybe we can get maybe we can catch some 0-8s into the bell. 330 kick out. Put this in here. Hold on here. I don't need this here anymore either. Get rid of that. Nope. I gotta fucking piss. Like, I gotta piss like nobody's business. It's 3 o'clock. There's 3:30. There's 58.50 again. Hate having to redo this over and over and over again. 850. That right? And then where did they sell everybody down at 10:30? There's this other, like, there were people buying calls until 10:30, which is right here. Am I in a 1 minute here? Yeah, they stopped buying calls like right here. They were getting hammered. Those are those fucking call buyers right there. And get another one up here. Right there. Fucking yawning here. I'm gonna go potty too. Who are you guys talking about? Yeah, there's like so there are funds. So like the basic gist here is this: you've got like, you basically have like funds that have been left behind, right? They have like no exposure, so so what they're doing basically right now is they're like forced into exposure to like retail's long, corpos are long, buybacks are long, like everybody's long, and hedge funds are not. So they're like, okay, I'm going to put some exposure over here, for a good report. Whoop, I got my Netflix money, right? So they pull that out and they drop it under NVDA until they get their report, right? Slip that exposure out. And what these hedge funds are afraid of is, or what these hedge funds are used to is they're used to a seasonal low. September and October, they get a low. And if you've had a great year, think about this, you're a hedge fund, right? And you're like, okay, we had a kick-ass year, made a bunch of money, woo! Now I got to catch up. So what am I going to do? I'm gonna catch that seasonal low in September, October, right? And I'm going to ride it all the way up into the end of the year and put the right window dressing on. I'm going to go back to the clients and be like, yeah, fuck yeah, got a bunch of money for you. And right now they're like a little bit of exposure to ERs, but they don't want to go full regarded FOMO in the end of the year. They want that pullback still. They really do. Like, they want that pullback. So I think the thesis is that these hedge funds are like, well, fuck it. We'll just put a little bit of exposure now and we'll wait. We'll get that pullback, that correction, even if it takes just 3 days, and then we'll go full tits for end of the year. I'm assuming that's what's going on. These guys think they're the best. So, like, these guys are the best. Like, these are like the smartest guys in the room best, They lose. They don't always win, but that's what they're thinking. So it's kind of like a garbage situation here. Like, I worked so hard for money last week that I was like, fuck this. I'm like, I'm done. Like, I'm not chasing money like this week. Put me on a call spread. It reminds me of like holiday trading. People on like holiday trade, the holiday trade, call spreads, close your laptop, come back at the end of December. Like, literally come back December 30th and check out. So the cool part of that is if you put on a debit spread, like a debit call spread, if we do trade that 590, right? If we do trade that 590, you get like this big, huge premium kick before it rolls down as they make all those fucking trades, those FOMO trades at 61, 62, 63. You check out. Right then and there, you just check out. Take your money and run and let the market bleed down and let the hedge funds have their correction so they can get long. There is a rhyme to the madness here. There actually is a rhyme to the madness. So I think that's it. I think that's pretty much the thesis here right now. But the way is up. Like, I'll tell you right now, the fucking way is up. It's just garbage. It's just garbage. We're trading right back now into local support again. Like here's local support. We're trading right back to it right now. The trade is spreads more than likely. If I had to guess, that's what it is. Like, call spreads and have like a stupid number. Like, so I didn't post this for you in any of the briefs, but the reason I'm saying that to you is because like 6,000 and 590, there's no premium on those. Like 590's got like, they're going for like 10 cents. If we trade up there and you get people believing the FOMO shit, those things are going to moon. Like they're going to fucking moon. They're going to get a premium kick. And it's going to be, there's like a premium capture around like 590. There's a big premium capture. There's a big premium capture on 6,000. There's no one believes that is the point. So no one believes that we're going there. So everybody's buying in the money shit, like 580s, 585, 580, 582, 578, 580 to catch prints. Like nobody's buying calls up. There's no premium up there. Not that we're going to go there, but once the premium kicks into that shit, you get out and you take the premium, steal it from them. Yeah, up only, dudes. Spreads, easy trade. Find where you're comfortable to buy a dip, let it ride, collect the money. It's like easy trading right now. This should be easy trading. Find a dip that you like, buy the fucking dip, collect the money, and be out. Don't be doing this dicking around shit. You can buy some 0 dates here and there, but don't be dicking around. Trading back to 58.50 right now. Coming back into support. Find a dip that you like. Yeah, I saw the decade of 3%. That's kind of bullshit. So like the Goldman decade of 3% in SPX is inaccurate. They were scamming on that. No, not scamming. They weren't being. There was an element of non-truthiness in that. Not only that, but like Goldman versus Goldman Investments are two different things. Like, ask Goldman Investments if they think that, and they're going to tell you no. Like you ask Goldman Investments, see what they say. I think what they were talking about, I think what Goldman was talking about was like bigger dips and reining in upside expectations. That's still on the table. That's like the lost decade trade. Yeah, what asset classes they would trade? They would rotate. Well, I saw that they were trying to push that bullshit, dude, with like quality. Like tech will be in doom and peril. I'm like, get you fucking liars. They say that shit every time, man. We're going to go back to a place of value. I'm like, you've been saying a place of value forever. It's never a fucking place of value. It's a scam. Yeah, you buy John Deere and only John Deere? Yeah, right. The fucking, I'll have to I'm serious, like ask Goldman Investments. They're going to laugh them out the fucking building. They'll laugh them out of the fucking building. %3 gains. I'm telling you, Winky. $3.19. We got 11 minutes left. See if we can have all these Robin Hooders die and start going higher into the close. My fucking arrow back up there. You won't trade higher than this. 584.73 at max. Yeah, that was like a scam. That was like a scam. That Goldman shit was like complete and utter fucking bullshit. Well, it was who the mouthpiece was too that was saying it. Yeah, we know you're going to sell strength there. We know, we get it. We get it. We get what you're doing. We get what you're doing. We know what you're doing. It's the Bears selling. No, it is not. None of this price action looks bearish. I wonder if I should buy some calls into the close. I should buy some. Every time I told myself I wouldn't do this week. I promised myself I wouldn't buy. I promised myself that I wouldn't buy any overnights this week. Like I looked in the mirror and was like, "Do not buy." I'm serious. I was like, "Do not buy." Well, maybe that's why they were buying calls today, because we went up on Monday. Now I know why they were buying calls today. I think I'm buying calls. Should I buy call? I hate buying calls into the fucking close. All right. Let's buy some overnighters. I'm more afraid, Winky, of I'm more afraid of the sweetheart deals with tariffs. Like Mag 7, like, or not Mag 7, just basically whatever tech company Trump makes a deal with. I would assume that any company that makes anything in China that's top 10 companies in the country, I would just find any company that makes shit in China. I would bet there's a deal to not pay tariff, or for their consumers to not pay tariffs. It would get stupid. I'm not joking on that shit. Like, I'm pretty serious about that. Like, Apple should fucking moon, right? If Trump wins, Apple should fucking moon. It should like, I would be like shorting every fucking Android company out there except for Apple. Like, if Apple's got a sweetheart deal, Apple should like go up a third in value. Yeah, like John Deere, right? That, I guess, is that what you mean by the John Deere comments? It's like John Deere, they moved one of their factories. Trump threatened them, right, at some point? Yeah, I'll get another sweetheart deal. Did you? John Deere was one of the ones he threatened, right? Or is he was gonna threaten him or something? Oh, because I said John Deere is included in that. He like threatened John Deere, I think, to bring a company back to the U.S. and they did. They moved it to Mexico, maybe, or from Mexico to the U.S. Like, this is gonna be a fuck show without a doubt. Like, any company or you would just think that he's gonna make deals with every one of these whatever the top manufacturing companies of anything in China are. If you were to just like find out top 10 of any of those, you just long them and figure that he would make a deal with those companies. Like Tim Cook on his knees begging for a deal on tariffs. You got Elon begging on his knees for tariffs. It's like bizarre. I was talking in the chat Saturday. I was like, I bet they send Tesla down into the election. If Trump wins, you long Tesla. Just on that alone, you would expect that the deal was done, right? He campaigned for him, did $1 million giveaways. I would expect that's the tariff deal, right? I would have to expect that. That's the deal, right? It's public. They don't even hide it anymore. It's not even like fucking, it's not even secret anymore. Oh, yeah. I'm 100% behind this, that there's deals. There is 100% deals. There's like business deals being made, business dealings. I'm about to get long here for tomorrow. You go in the Discord. Got nobody buying calls right now. That's good. 3 more minutes. No, I'm just waiting for the half hour to be done here. Just waiting for the half an hour. Let's see here. Where are they trying to pin these fuckers in? 84? 84s? One more minute left. $3.30 right now. Nope, wrong one. Not quite yet. A little bit more. I'm like sitting here watching calls for tomorrow, and I'm like just watching them grind these things down. Still no trade. Still no trade. I got nothing here. Patience, just patience. No, 2 dates are still falling off. 1 date's still falling off. Want my turnaround Tuesday then. No trade for me here. Even if higher, no trade for me. How low do we go down there? That's not even that fucking low. Oh, down there. They're buying Tesla again. TLT still not. TLT trading 92.37. Not quite there yet. Go back and look at that option chain. I got the 84s to 60 cents. Dude, just give me a bloodbath and a fucking trade. Just go down there. Oh my God, this is making my eyes bleed. Oh, so fucking terrible. It was so terrible. Oh, I fucking hate the grind. I hate the sideways trade. There's no fucking trade here. No fucking way. Like in my head right now, I'm like, I do not want to fucking stay awake all night long tonight. I'm like, all I want to do is fucking sleep. I'm like, I don't want to stay up all night long with overnight calls. I'm like, I don't want to do it. I'm like, I just want it to blood. I looked at some call spreads just a few moments ago. They're kind of nice, like 83s and 90s. They're kind of nice. How about 88s? 88s are really nice. Yeah, like 5s and 88s are nice. They're okay. Like the 31st, they're not quite yet there either. Need more down, dude. Need more fucking down. Why is that not running for me? Oh, you guys buying calls again. There we go. You guys are trying. You guys are trying to buy this close. I'm not trying to buy it right now. Turn up and call buying right now for the overnight.
One minute till we get the markets on close.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
Slam the fucking buy button. Come on, go up there. Go on up there.
The S&P 500 market on close a sell side of 1.25 billion. Nasdaq 100 a sell side of 600 million. The Dow 30 a sell side of 378 million. The Magnificent 7 a sell side of 410 million.
They used to do the, oh, there we go. MOC imbalance, SP 500 negative 1.25 billion. NASDAQ 100 minus 600 million. Dow 30, 330 million. MAG 7, 410 million negative. Weak and pathetic as Trump seizes Mark Cuban campaigns for Harris. Yeah, I've still got TLT coming down a little bit more. I want 91.42 somewhere in there. It's close though. Just click over there. There's some OTM call buyers for tomorrow, not a ton. It's turning up on 0-day or 1 dates for tomorrow right now. Gotta get to right here. This mark right here. This is the target. These were those 1030 buyers were right in here. Oh, come on. Just fucking do it right now. Oh. Oh. Just fucking hit it. It's right here. It's like this is exactly where it is. Right fucking there. Just hit it. Hit it into the fucking bell, please.
US 5 to 30-year yields advance.
There you go.
Day.
Oh, you fucking cocksucker. She's a cock. I can't fucking do it. They're fucking. Get back up there and hit it. Oh, come on. Just tag it. Fuck, please. Thank you. Jesus Christ. All fucking day. Like, hit it. Oh, God. It's so lame. Thank you. Fucking A, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There it is. Good job. I got it. I'm out. Don't worry about it. I'm out. Yeah, you didn't have to hold all night long. Yay. Fuck you too. All right. I shit you not. This shit is so wound up. It's not even fucking funny. So wound up. Oh, God. And how many of you are short? Probably all of you. Fucking retard. Oh, I'm not going to say it. Oh, God. Stupid. So stupid. Thank you again. Fucking, oh my God. I'm already out. I don't care about your red bars up here. I couldn't give a flying fuck. Oh, dude. So this market is so wound up. It's not even funny. Well, Hey, hold on. I gotta go. Hold on 1 second here. No. All right. It's so wild. This market's so wound up. It's not even funny. You can literally see like this morning. This morning, right? Well, let me show you guys this. Let me just show you this. Let me just show you this price action. So this morning we're like market open. I'm like, I'll look for a dip down here. And like we were like right in here. We were right here, and I was like, I want to put a weekly on. Then I'm like, nah, I want another 50 cents. I didn't get it, so I didn't put my weeklies on. But I looked at if you look at like they were buying calls from like right here to right here, right? And then they stopped buying calls, and we blasted down, right? So we had like new call buyers right here. So I'm like, yeah, we're gonna go up here, and this will be fine, right? Like this is all fine. We'll go back to the gamma bar right here. So we do go back to the gamma bar, right? Well, let me go over here. It's like go back to the gamma bar, right? Like blast down. Trap call buyers now, right? Blast down. Second round of brand new weekly call buyers. Got it. Okay, so we go up here, right? And I'm like, oh, they're gonna leave these motherfuckers right here. Or hold on. I'm like, there ain't no way they're gonna let these guys. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I don't know what the fuck I just did there. I'm like, there ain't no way they're paying that up there, and it's definitely none of that. They ain't making none of that money back. These guys right here. It's like we're down here, we're like doing all that kind of shit. And I'm like, when the fuck are they going to go up there and tag those? They saved it for the last 5 minutes of the day. Like, this is how, like, when you see stuff like this, right? This is all scam, not scam, but this is, we're not paying you, and you have to buy something to get us back up here. I fucking hate consolidation with a passion. We're free to go up there now, though, in the overnight tomorrow. Anyways, moves still higher. Expectations that I gave you on a Friday, still alive. Everything is fine. I'm sure you guys were drinking fucking Kool-Aid of a crash. I bet you were. We can move from here to here into tomorrow morning. We can trade all this overnight easily. Move is still higher. I still don't. I want my dip. I don't know if I'm going to get it. Can you give me this down here? I don't know if they'll give me this tomorrow. Oh, I don't know if they'll give me this tomorrow. I got a bunch. What is the weirdness going on? I don't know if I can get this to get my weekly dip buy, but if I can, sweet. If I can buy some call spreads, I want to buy them down here. They didn't give them to me today. So I guess I'm waiting still. And I didn't have to hold overnight, so I'm happy. We'll just come back and play it again. So my assumption here would be that they're going to take this up overnight, sell this back down. Maybe we can grab that for Friday on like turnaround Tuesday or some shit. What else? I'm flat right now, if you're asking. Nope, no weeklies. I tried to buy weeklies earlier today. Never hit my price target. I bought some 0 dates in here a couple times, but that's it. That's all I got. That's all I got here. I got 0 dates for 15 minutes, and I got no real trade. Maybe we can get down here. If we can get down here, I'll put a trade on, a weekly trade. Otherwise, I'm left behind. No overnight. Dude, I was like, I'm gonna have to hold these fucking things overnight. Like, I'm gonna have to hold 1 dates overnight today. I'm like, I don't want to do that shit. No, we're not doing that. Expectation in the overnight, you probably trade 584.80 or 75, something like that. And then they'll sell the open on you. That's what I think. Anyways, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. Yeah, I'm not interested in trading this. Like, I have got no interest. I've got no. Last week. Last week I didn't sleep. Like, I literally was trading one end to the other end to the other end to the other end, and not happening. I don't need to. I made enough money. I'm done. Give me an easy trade, or I'm out until I get an easy trade. I'll see you guys tomorrow, 9:30 in the morning. I'll have a brief out again. You should have an expanded brief tonight. We'll have more information